Welcome to 3 a.m. Static. In the stillness of the night, when the world sleeps, the static whispers. Here, we unearth the forgotten, the forbidden, and the unsettling. Tonight's stories will crawl beneath your skin and nest in your thoughts. So turn off the lights, close your eyes, and let the static guide you. Before we begin, let us know where and when you're listening from. Drop your country or the exact time you're tuning in, because at 3 a.m., you're never really alone.
Story 1. The Witch's Familiar. The escape from the cavern had left them shaken, but the immediate terror had given way to a chilling curiosity. The air, once thick with the suffocating presence of ancient evil, now held the crisp scent of pine and damp earth, a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the underground chamber. Liam, his breath still ragged, checked his pockets for the lighter, finding only a handful of ash where it had once been. Chloe, her face pale but resolute, stared back towards the entrance to the passage, a flicker of unease in her eyes. They ascended the passage, the climb seeming interminable, each step echoing unnervingly in the oppressive silence. As they emerged from the passage, blinking in the pale morning light, they found themselves standing not in the familiar darkness of the Blackwood graveyard, but at its edge, overlooking a small, secluded copse of trees. The graveyard's unsettling stillness was replaced by the gentle rustle of leaves and the chirping of birds, a stark contrast to the horrifying events that had just transpired. The transition was so abrupt, so jarring, that it felt unreal, as if they had stumbled into an alternate reality. It was there, nestled amongst the roots of an ancient oak, that Chloe first saw it. A creature unlike anything she had ever encountered. At first glance, it seemed small, almost insignificant, a ball of matted fur huddled against the cold earth. But as they approached, it became clear that this was no ordinary animal. It was a creature of shadow and twilight, its fur the color of a moonless night, interspersed with patches of a startling, iridescent silver. Its eyes, large and luminous, glowed with an unsettling amber light, seeming to pierce the very fabric of reality. The creature was unlike any known species. Its body was elongated and serpentine, yet it moved with an unnatural fluidity, a sinuous grace that defied the laws of anatomy. Its limbs were short and stubby, yet it moved with astonishing speed, flitting between the tree roots with incredible agility. Its tail, long and slender, ended in a sharp, almost venomous-looking point. There was something inherently unsettling about its presence, a feeling that it was not entirely of this world, a palpable sense of ancient, dark magic radiating from its very being. Liam, cautiously approaching the creature, held out his hand. The animal hesitated, its amber eyes fixated on him, assessing, judging. Then, with a surprising grace, it crept forward and nuzzled his palm. Its fur was surprisingly soft, yet there was an underlying chill to its touch, a subtle vibration that resonated through his hand, a faint pulse of otherworldly energy. As Liam touched the creature, a strange wave of energy washed over him, a feeling of ancient wisdom and dark power, simultaneously comforting and terrifying. Images flickered through his mind, flashes of forgotten rituals, whispered incantations, the chilling faces of long-dead witches. The images were fleeting, fragmented, but they left him with an unnerving sense of familiarity, a feeling of recognition he couldn't quite grasp. Chloe, watching from a distance, observed the creature with a mixture of fear and fascination. She recognized the creature's unusual features, the serpentine body, the unusual fur coloration, the luminous eyes. In her grandmother's collection of forgotten folklore, she recalled tales of familiars, creatures bound to witches, serving as their eyes and ears in the mortal realm, conduits for their dark magic. Could this creature be a familiar? A creature linked to the ancient coven that had once haunted Blackwood graveyard? The thought sent a chill down her spine, but the creature seemed docile, almost friendly, in Liam's presence. It seemed to recognize something in him, a connection that ran deeper than mere human interaction. The animal responded to Liam's touch, its body vibrating slightly, a subtle humming echoing in the air around them. As they examined the creature more closely, they noticed markings on its fur, strange symbols etched into its skin, similar to those they had seen on the walls of the cavern and the ancient headstones in the graveyard. The symbols glowed faintly, pulsing with a soft, internal light that seemed to ebb and flow with the creature's breath. These symbols were not just decoration, they seemed to possess a power of their own, a potent blend of nature's magic and dark, occult forces. It was as if the creature was a living testament to the enduring power of the Blackwood Coven. The creature remained docile, allowing Liam to gently stroke its fur. However, when Chloe attempted to touch it, the creature recoiled, its amber eyes narrowing, emitting a low hiss, a sound like the rustling of dry leaves. It was as if it had chosen Liam, recognizing in him some sort of resonance, a connection to the dark magic that permeated its being. The choice seemed intentional, a deliberate selection based on an intangible connection that transcended ordinary understanding. The creature's behavior was unusual. While it seemed relatively calm in Liam's presence, it exhibited a clear aversion to Chloe. Its behavior became more erratic when others approached. It would slink away, hiding itself within the undergrowth, only appearing when Liam was nearby. Its behavior was not that of a typical wild animal. It was calculated, controlled. It seemed to have a distinct preference for Liam, a profound and mysterious connection that defied explanation. Over the next few days, the creature, which they tentatively named Shadow, remained close to Liam, following him like a loyal dog, though its movements remained strangely fluid and unsettling. It exhibited remarkable abilities. It could predict the weather with uncanny accuracy, seemingly anticipating shifts in atmospheric pressure, warning them of approaching storms before any sign appeared on the horizon. It also seemed to possess a heightened sense of perception. It could sense the presence of other people long before they were visible, even picking up subtle shifts in their emotional state, a chilling manifestation of its otherworldly abilities. Shadow's abilities went beyond mere perception. It seemingly understood commands, simple ones at first, but its understanding grew surprisingly quickly. Liam found it could be directed to retrieve small objects, follow specific routes, even to convey messages through strange, high-pitched chirps and whistles that Chloe was slowly learning to decipher. The subtle connection between Liam and Shadow was growing stronger, a bond forged in the crucible of their shared experience in the depths of the Blackwood graveyard. The nature of this connection, however, remained as mysterious and unsettling as the creature itself. The lingering question haunted them: was Shadow a mere animal, a creature of nature, or something far more sinister? Something connected to the dark legacy of Blackwood and the ancient forces that still stirred beneath the graveyard soil? The answer, they knew, lay hidden in the shadows, waiting to be revealed. The implications of this strange companionship, this unlikely alliance between a human and a creature of apparent dark magic, were profound and unsettling, leaving them both caught in a web of mystery that would require careful navigation. The unsettling truth, however, was yet to be revealed, lurking just beneath the surface of this dark and mysterious connection. Chloe's initial apprehension towards Shadow slowly morphed into a reluctant fascination, bordering on obsession. The creature, while clearly favoring Liam, couldn't entirely ignore her presence. She'd noticed subtle shifts in its behavior, a lessening of the overt hostility, a flicker of something akin to curiosity in its luminous amber eyes. It was a slow, tentative dance of trust, a cautious exploration of a bond that seemed to defy natural laws. The bond between Liam and Shadow wasn't merely a simple case of animal affection. It was something visceral, a deep connection that resonated on a level far beyond comprehension. It manifested in unexpected ways. Liam found himself understanding Shadow's strange chirps and whistles, interpreting them as complex communications, warnings, and even requests. He could feel Shadow's emotional state, sensing its apprehension, its joy, even its subtle fear. It was an empathic link, a psychic connection that transcended the physical. This newfound ability brought with it a chilling aspect. Liam experienced Shadow's world through a lens of heightened senses. The cacophony of the forest, previously a background hum, became a symphony of subtle sounds, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of crickets, the faintest tremor of the earth. The smells intensified, each sent a distinct and overwhelming experience: the damp earth, the decaying wood, the metallic tang of blood from a hidden wound. The nights became a maelstrom of shadows, each movement amplified, each whisper felt as a chilling presence in the darkness. The connection also extended to Shadow's uncanny abilities. Liam found himself experiencing the creature's precognitive warnings, vivid flashes of potential dangers before they manifested in the physical world. He'd feel a sudden, inexplicable surge of anxiety, a chilling premonition that would accurately predict oncoming storms, the presence of hidden threats, or even the approach of unfriendly individuals. These premonitions were far from pleasant, more akin to terrifying glimpses into a dark, unpredictable future. The relationship, however, wasn't without its drawbacks. Shadow's presence brought a sense of unease, a constant low hum of tension that permeated their lives. The creature, while loyal to Liam, was undeniably a creature of darkness, a conduit to a world beyond human comprehension. Its unsettling aura seemed to attract misfortune, a strange magnetism for the inexplicable and the horrifying. Strange incidents became commonplace. Objects would disappear and reappear in unexpected locations. Unexplained noises echoed in the stillness of night, whispers in a language they couldn't understand. Shadow's influence seemed to distort reality, blurring the lines between the mundane and the supernatural. The subtle hum that initially felt comforting now carried an undercurrent of dread, a constant reminder of the dark power woven into their newfound bond. Chloe, initially hesitant, found herself drawn into their peculiar world. She began to learn Shadow's language, deciphering the complex system of chirps and whistles, translating the creature's warnings and observations. She learned to anticipate Shadow's reactions, sensing its moods and understanding its needs. Her bond with Shadow wasn't as profound as Liam's, but it was real, a shared experience that bound them in a strange, almost symbiotic relationship. Chloe, however, remained wary. She understood the risks involved in this connection, the potential dangers of associating with a creature linked to the Blackwood Coven. She witnessed the toll the bond took on Liam, the exhaustion, the overwhelming sensory input, the chilling premonitions that haunted his days and nights. She saw the dark side of Shadow's influence, the subtle distortions of reality, the creeping unease that settled in the corners of their existence. The uneasy bond between Liam, Chloe, and Shadow became the central focus of their lives. The creature served as both a protector and a harbinger of unsettling events. Its uncanny abilities provided warnings and insights, yet its presence brought with it an inescapable sense of foreboding, a constant reminder of the powerful forces at play. Their days were filled with a strange mixture of tranquility and terror, of trust and trepidation, a delicate dance on the precipice of the unknown. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long, ominous shadows across the Blackwood forest, Liam and Chloe witnessed a chilling demonstration of Shadow's power. A dense fog, unnatural and suffocating, rolled in, engulfing the surrounding area in an eerie silence. The air grew heavy, laden with a palpable sense of dread. Within the fog, shadowy figures began to coalesce, their forms indistinct, yet their presence chillingly palpable. They were the remnants of the Blackwood Coven, drawn by Shadow's presence, their ethereal forms manifesting in the twilight. Shadow, sensing the danger, emitted a series of high-pitched shrieks, warning Liam and Chloe. The creature, despite its diminutive size, radiated a potent aura, a counterforce to the encroaching spirits. The fog thickened, the shadowy figures looming closer, their movements strangely hypnotic, their intentions unclear. Liam and Chloe, bound together by fear and the shared connection to Shadow, braced themselves for the inevitable confrontation. The battle wasn't physical, it was a clash of wills, a confrontation of spiritual forces. Shadow's strange chirps and whistles seemed to resonate with an ancient power, pushing back against the spectral figures, a desperate attempt to repel the encroaching darkness. The air vibrated with intense energy, the very fabric of reality seeming to fray at the edges. In the heart of the conflict, Liam felt a strange connection to Shadow, a shared awareness of the encroaching darkness. He felt the creature's power surge, a deep, resonating energy that spread to his very bones. He felt a strange kinship, a shared vulnerability against a power that vastly outweighed their own. The experience was both terrifying and exhilarating, a terrifying confrontation with the supernatural and the powerful forces surrounding the Blackwood Coven. As the confrontation raged, Liam felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility towards Shadow, a profound connection that transcended the usual understanding between a human and a creature. The bond, forged in the depths of the Blackwood graveyard, had grown into something profound, a shared destiny interwoven with the dark legacy of the ancient coven. The battle ended as abruptly as it began. The fog receded as quickly as it appeared, leaving behind only the chilling silence of the forest. The spectral figures vanished, leaving no trace of their presence. Shadow, exhausted but unharmed, nestled against Liam, its fur still bristling with residual energy. The encounter had left an indelible mark, confirming the power of their bond and the undeniable existence of forces beyond human understanding. Their connection to the Blackwood Coven, once a mystery, had become a tangible reality, a chilling reminder of the dark legacy they had unwittingly inherited. The path ahead was uncertain, filled with danger and mystery, but Liam and Chloe, bound by their connection to Shadow, knew they were not alone. They faced the future, fortified by a bond that was both blessing and curse, a supernatural link to the ancient darkness of Blackwood, a force that would shape their lives forever. The haunting legacy of the Coven and the unsettling bond with Shadow would continue to cast its long shadow over their destinies. The unnerving silence following the spectral encounter was more unsettling than the confrontation itself. Liam and Chloe stood, hearts pounding, the residual chill clinging to them like a shroud. Shadow, usually restless and energetic, remained nestled against Liam, its usually vibrant amber eyes dulled with exhaustion. The air crackled with an unseen energy, a lingering trace of the supernatural battle. It was then that the full extent of Shadow's abilities became terrifyingly apparent. The creature, seemingly drained but not wounded, began to exhibit new, unsettling behaviors. Its fur, usually a rich, deep black, shimmered with an ethereal luminescence. The amber in its eyes deepened, burning with an almost unnatural intensity. And then, the whispers started. Not the whispers of the Coven's remnants, but Shadow's own. They weren't the chirps and whistles Liam had learned to interpret, but a guttural, otherworldly language, a sonic tapestry woven with an ancient power. The sounds resonated deep within Liam's bones, vibrating with an energy that sent shivers down his spine. The words, though unintelligible in their literal form, conveyed a torrent of images, emotions, and knowledge. It was a deluge of information, overwhelming and unsettling. Chloe, despite her growing familiarity with Shadow, recoiled from the intensity of the experience. The creature's whispers seemed to pierce through her very being, unsettling her senses, twisting her perception of reality. She found herself overwhelmed by a cacophony of sensations, sights, sounds, and smells, none of which seemed to belong to their immediate reality. The visions were the most unsettling aspect. Liam saw flashes of scenes, images that seemed both real and unreal. He witnessed ancient rituals, sacrifices under the pale moonlight, and the twisted faces of Coven members engaged in unspeakable acts. He saw the history of the Blackwood Coven unfold before his eyes, centuries of dark practices, bloody sacrifices, and the unwavering pursuit of forbidden power. The images were disturbingly vivid, leaving an indelible mark on his mind. Chloe, too, experienced her share of terrifying visions. She saw glimpses into Shadow's past, a life lived on the fringes of the supernatural world. She saw its birth, a creature of magic and darkness, born from the twisted rituals of the Blackwood Coven. She saw the Coven members manipulating the creature's potential, molding its abilities into a weapon of immense, terrifying power. The visions were fragmented, but they left her with a chilling understanding of Shadow's true nature and its connection to the dark history of the Coven. Shadow's newfound ability to communicate wasn't limited to visions. It could manipulate objects, influencing their physical properties. Liam saw a heavy oak branch, defying gravity, levitate into the air, spinning slowly as if directed by an unseen force. Objects seemed to move on their own, books falling from shelves, papers scattering across the floor. The unsettling phenomenon extended even to the manipulation of light and shadow, casting dancing figures on the walls, creating illusions that blurred the lines between reality and fantasy. The manifestations of Shadow's powers weren't always overt. Sometimes, it was a subtle change in atmosphere, a sudden drop in temperature, or a shift in the very air itself. Other times, it was a change in Liam and Chloe's perceptions. Colors intensified, sounds seemed to distort, smells became overwhelming. The world around them seemed to twist and warp, subtly mirroring the shifting power of the creature. The unsettling displays of Shadow's magical potential were not without purpose. Liam began to understand that the creature was not merely showcasing its abilities, but communicating, warning them about future threats. The visions were not random, they served as a kind of precognitive insight, glimpses into potential dangers lurking in the shadows. The object manipulations weren't playful, they were subtle attempts to protect them from unseen adversaries. Through the fragmented images and unsettling experiences, Liam and Chloe began to unravel the secrets of Shadow's past and the true extent of its powers. They learned that the creature wasn't just a familiar, but a powerful entity in its own right, a conduit to the supernatural, a being tethered to the Blackwood Coven through an ancient, unbreakable bond. The Coven had not simply used Shadow, they had created it, imbuing it with a dark magic that now served as a chilling link between the human world and the realm of witchcraft. Their understanding of Shadow's powers, however, came at a cost. The constant influx of information, the overwhelming sensory input, and the terrifying visions took their toll. Liam and Chloe found themselves exhausted, their minds plagued by images and sounds that refused to fade. The line between their reality and Shadow's world began to blur, creating a perpetual state of unease that permeated their every waking moment. The weight of the knowledge they gained was immense, and the consequences of possessing such power remained terrifyingly unclear. They were no longer simply observers of the supernatural world, they were active participants, bound to it by an inescapable connection. The implications were staggering. The power Shadow wielded was immense, and the potential dangers were limitless. Liam and Chloe were not only connected to the creature but to the history of the Blackwood Coven itself, a history filled with dark rituals, blood sacrifices, and a legacy of unimaginable evil. They had to learn to control this power, understand its purpose and limitations, or risk being consumed by the very darkness they now held within their grasp. Their journey into the heart of witchcraft was far from over, and the shadows of the Blackwood Coven loomed large in the future they were now forced to face. The fate of themselves, and perhaps the world around them, now hung precariously in the balance. The true power of Shadow, and their ability to control it, would determine their destiny. The unsettling whispers subsided, leaving behind a silence thick with unspoken dread. Liam, his mind still reeling from the torrent of visions, reached out to touch Shadow. The creature, though seemingly drained, pulsed with a faint, ethereal light. Its amber eyes, now glowing with an unsettling intelligence, fixed on Liam, conveying a sense of urgency, of impending danger. Chloe, pale and shaken, clung to Liam's arm, her breath shallow and rapid. The air in the room vibrated with an unseen energy, a palpable tension that stretched the very fabric of reality. It was then that a small, leather-bound book, tucked away in a forgotten corner of the room, caught Liam's eye. It was unremarkable in appearance, its cover worn and faded, but the strange symbols etched into the leather sent a shiver down his spine. He picked it up, its weight strangely heavy for its size. The pages, brittle with age, seemed to resist his touch. As he carefully turned the first page, a faint scent of wood smoke and something else, something indescribably ancient and unsettling, filled the air. The book was a grimoire, a record of the Blackwood Coven's dark rituals and practices. Within its aged pages, Liam found meticulously documented spells, incantations, and instructions for summoning entities from other realms. He saw detailed descriptions of sacrifices, both human and animal, performed under the cover of darkness. The language was archaic, challenging to decipher, but the images, rendered in disturbing detail, left an indelible impression on his mind. Each page was a window into a world of unspeakable horror, a glimpse into the twisted morality of the Coven. He read of powerful entities bound to their will, forced to serve their dark desires. He read of pacts made with beings from beyond the veil, their consequences both terrifying and inescapable. One entry, written in a spidery script that seemed to writhe on the page, caught Liam's attention. It spoke of a familiar, a creature of immense power, bound to the Coven through an ancient blood pact. The description matched Shadow perfectly, the obsidian fur, the amber eyes, the unnatural abilities. The entry detailed the creature's creation, a harrowing ritual that involved human sacrifice and the channeling of dark energies. It spoke of the Coven's manipulation of the familiar's abilities, molding it into a weapon of terrifying power, a living conduit to the supernatural. But the grimoire revealed more than just the creation of shadow. It detailed the familiar's previous owner, a young woman named Elara Blackwood, a direct descendant of the Coven's founder. Elara, the entry described, possessed an exceptional talent for dark magic, surpassing even the most experienced members of the Coven. She had a unique bond with Shadow, an almost symbiotic relationship. Together, they were a force to be reckoned with. However, the grimoire hinted at a sinister plot involving Elara and a powerful faction within the Coven. It spoke of a forbidden ritual, a desperate attempt to unlock a dark power far beyond the Coven's understanding. The ritual, it seemed, was linked to Shadow, using the creature as a key to unleashing unimaginable forces upon the world. The entry ended abruptly, its final words cryptic and ominous, hinting at Elara's tragic fate and the catastrophic consequences of her actions. Liam felt a chill run down his spine. The grimoire revealed a hidden history, a layer of darkness even more profound than he could have imagined. Elara Blackwood, the previous owner of Shadow, wasn't just a powerful witch, she was a pawn in a much larger, more sinister game. The Coven hadn't simply used Shadow, they had manipulated it, using its powers for their own selfish and devastating ends. As Liam read further, he unearthed details of a prophecy, one that spoke of a chosen one, a descendant of Elara, who would either destroy or save the world from a cataclysmic event. The prophecy was vague, filled with symbolic language and cryptic imagery, but one thing was clear: Shadow held the key to fulfilling the prophecy, its power capable of both destruction and salvation. Chloe, who had initially been reluctant to engage with the grimoire's grim contents, was now utterly captivated, her initial fear replaced by a chilling sense of foreboding. The information within the ancient text illuminated the fragmented visions she and Liam had experienced, placing those terrifying glimpses of the Coven's rituals and Shadow's creation within a broader, more terrifying context. The book described in detail the process by which Shadow was imbued with its power, the sacrifices made, the chants intoned under the blood moon. The images were vividly described, so realistic that Chloe felt the chill of the night air against her skin, smelled the metallic tang of blood, and heard the guttural chants ringing in her ears. She saw Elara, young and beautiful, her eyes burning with both ambition and fear as she performed the ritual that bound her to the creature. She felt the desperation and terror that must have filled Elara's heart as she realized the true cost of her pact with the Shadows. The grimoire detailed not just the Coven's dark history, but also their complex internal power struggles, alliances formed and broken, betrayals and murders committed in the relentless pursuit of power. Chloe realized the Coven wasn't a monolithic entity, but a fractured group, its members vying for control, driven by ambition, greed, and an insatiable thirst for forbidden knowledge. The quest for the power described in the prophecy was at the heart of the conflict, splitting the Coven and leading to its ultimate downfall. Liam and Chloe spent hours poring over the ancient text, piecing together the fragments of information, trying to make sense of the chaos. They learned of Elara's struggle against the more ruthless members of the Coven, her attempts to control Shadow's power, and her eventual, tragic demise. The grimoire didn't reveal the exact details of her death, only hinting at a betrayal, a sacrifice made to appease a malevolent entity summoned during the forbidden ritual. As the night deepened, the implications of their discovery settled upon them. They were not just dealing with a simple case of a haunted house and a mischievous familiar. They were embroiled in a centuries-old conflict, a struggle for power that spanned generations and threatened to unleash unimaginable evil upon the world. The fate of themselves, and potentially the world, hung in the balance, determined by their ability to understand and control Shadow's immense, and potentially destructive, power. The familiar was not just a creature of dark magic, it was a key to a long-forgotten prophecy, a prophecy that could lead to either salvation or utter annihilation. The weight of this realization settled on them, heavier than any physical burden, a grim responsibility they now had to bear. The darkness they had stumbled upon was far deeper, far more sinister than they could ever have imagined. And the game, they now understood, had only just begun. The flickering candlelight cast long, dancing shadows across Chloe's face, highlighting the stark lines of worry etched around her eyes. Liam, his gaze fixed on the grimoire, remained silent, lost in the labyrinthine details of the Blackwood Coven's history. The weight of their discovery pressed down on them, a suffocating blanket of dread. They had uncovered a conspiracy that stretched back centuries, a hidden war fought in the shadows, with Shadow himself at its heart. But the grimoire offered no easy answers, only more questions, more horrifying revelations. The prophecy, vague and cryptic as it was, spoke of a choice, a decision that would shape the fate of the world. Chloe traced the worn leather cover of the grimoire with a trembling finger. The ancient text had revealed a chilling truth. Alara Blackwood, the original owner of Shadow, hadn't simply been a powerful witch, she had been a rebel, a visionary who had challenged the Coven's authority, defying their twisted dogma. She had sought to control Shadow's power, not for personal gain, but for a higher purpose, a purpose the grimoire hinted at but never explicitly revealed. Alara's story, as fragmented and incomplete as it was, resonated deeply within Chloe. She saw in Alara a reflection of her own struggle, a similar fight against overwhelming odds. Alara's defiance, her courage in the face of unimaginable horror, sparked a fire in Chloe's heart. A determination hardened her resolve, replacing the paralyzing fear that had gripped her earlier. But Alara's story wasn't one of triumph. The grimoire hinted at a betrayal, a sacrifice, a tragic end. The final entry described a ritual, a desperate gamble to unlock a power beyond human comprehension. The ritual, the grimoire suggested, involved Shadow, using the creature's immense power as a conduit to tap into a dark, primordial force. And Alara, it seemed, was the key. The prophecy, however, suggested a different outcome, a chance for redemption. It spoke of a descendant of Alara, one who could either unleash this primordial force or use Shadow's power to contain it. The choice was presented not as a simple act of good versus evil, but as a complex moral dilemma, a decision fraught with agonizing consequences. Liam looked up from the grimoire, his eyes meeting Chloe's. "It's us," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the crackling of the dying fire. "The prophecy, it's about us." Chloe nodded, a chill crawling up her spine. The weight of the prophecy, the immense responsibility it placed upon them, felt crushing. They were not just fighting for their lives anymore. They were fighting for the fate of the world. And the key to it all lay in Shadow, a creature of dark magic, a being bound to them by an ancient blood pact. The decision wasn't simply about choosing between good and evil. It was about choosing between two forms of darkness, two paths that led to vastly different, equally terrifying, outcomes. One path meant unleashing a primordial force that could consume the world, a power so immense it could obliterate all of existence. The other path, equally treacherous, meant confronting the Blackwood Coven, a powerful organization with centuries of experience in the dark arts. It meant facing their wrath, their immense power, their utter ruthlessness. Liam traced the symbols etched onto the grimoire's cover, their ancient meaning a mystery even to him. The symbols, he realized, were not mere decoration, they were a map, a guide to a hidden power, a power tied to Shadow and the prophecy. The symbols represented a choice, a path that must be taken carefully, for it led through treacherous terrain, across a battlefield where even the most experienced warriors would falter. The grimoire contained the details of an ancient ritual that could help them control Shadow's power, a ritual of binding and containment, a way to negate the dark energies that coursed through the familiar's being. It involved facing the Coven head-on, challenging their control over Shadow, reclaiming the familiar and harnessing its power for good. The ritual was dangerous, a gamble with unimaginable stakes, but it was the only hope. But confronting the Coven wasn't a simple matter of walking into their lair and demanding Shadow back. They were a powerful, cunning organization, steeped in ancient magic. Their rituals, their practices, were terrifying, and their power far greater than anything Liam or Chloe had encountered before. They had centuries of experience, a vast network of allies, and resources that were both abundant and horrifying. The choice, Chloe knew, wasn't just between life and death. It was between two forms of destruction, two catastrophes that threatened to consume everything in their path. One path was certain, violent, and immediate, the confrontation with the Coven. The other was uncertain, unpredictable, and potentially far more devastating, the unleashing of the primordial entity described in the prophecy. The weight of this decision pressed down on Chloe, a crushing burden that threatened to break her. She felt a desperate loneliness, an isolation that cut deeper than any physical wound. Liam was beside her, his hand resting on hers, a silent offering of support, but even his presence couldn't fully alleviate the overwhelming pressure. She was alone in this, the ultimate burden of choice, the terrible responsibility of shaping the destiny of the world resting solely on her frail shoulders. Sleep was a luxury she couldn't afford. The images from the grimoire, the sacrifices, the rituals, Alara's haunted face, played on repeat in her mind. The fear was still there, a constant, gnawing presence, but beneath it, a stronger emotion began to take root, determination. Alara's story, her defiance, her courage, it was a legacy Chloe felt compelled to uphold. She had to make a choice. She had to choose a path, however treacherous, however dark. The world depended on it. The decision consumed her, shaping her thoughts, her actions, her very being. The sun rose, casting a pale, uncertain light upon their shadowed room. The hours melted into one another, each one punctuated by the silent struggle raging within her. This wasn't a simple choice between good and evil, it was a choice between one cataclysm and another, a selection between two terrifying outcomes. Ultimately, the choice lay not in choosing between the lesser of two evils, but in accepting the inherent danger of both paths and preparing to face the consequences, whatever they may be. Chloe looked at Liam, his face etched with the same fear and determination that consumed her. In that shared look, in that silent acknowledgement of their shared fate, a new understanding bloomed. They would choose to face the coven. The risk of unleashing the primordial entity was too great, too unpredictable. The coven, at least, represented a known enemy, a tangible threat that they could prepare to confront. The decision wasn't easy. It was a leap of faith, a gamble on a slim chance of survival. But it was a choice forged in the crucible of fear and determination, a choice made not in the comfort of certainty, but in the face of overwhelming odds. The battle for the world's fate had begun, and Chloe, along with Liam and Shadow, stood ready to face whatever horrors awaited them. The familiar, once a source of fear and uncertainty, now represented a fragile hope, a key to a future that they would fight tooth and nail to secure. The path ahead was dark and perilous, but with each step forward, the strength of their resolve grew stronger, fueled by the grim knowledge that the world's fate rested on their shoulders, a burden they were ready to bear. Story 2, The Obsidian Amulet. The dusty air hung heavy with the scent of old paper and forgotten things. Elias Thorne, a man whose life revolved around the acquisition and appraisal of forgotten relics, ran a gloved hand over the cool, smooth surface of the obsidian amulet. It rested on a bed of faded velvet within a tarnished silver case, its darkness so profound it seemed to absorb the meager light filtering through the grimy window of his antique shop. He'd purchased it from a traveling salesman, a wizened old man with eyes that held the weight of centuries, a man who'd offered little explanation beyond a cryptic warning, beware its whispers. Elias, a seasoned collector with a penchant for the unusual, had initially been drawn to the amulet's sheer aesthetic beauty. The obsidian was unlike anything he'd ever encountered, its surface flawlessly polished, reflecting a distorted image of the cluttered shop. Intricate silver filigree, ancient and exquisitely crafted, wrapped around the smooth, black stone, forming a complex design that hinted at a forgotten language, a cryptic script that seemed to writhe and shift under his gaze. It felt strangely warm to the touch, a counterintuitive sensation given the cool nature of the obsidian. He turned the amulet over in his hands, its weight surprisingly substantial. He felt a faint thrumming vibration, a subtle pulse that seemed to emanate from deep within the stone, a sensation that both intrigued and unsettled him. He examined the silver filigree more closely, tracing the intricate patterns with his fingertip. The craftsmanship was beyond compare, the level of detail suggesting a skill lost to time. He tried to decipher the strange symbols, but they eluded his understanding, their meaning shrouded in a veil of mystery. That night, Elias tipped the amulet home, placing it carefully on his desk under a dim lamp. As darkness fell, a strange energy filled the room, a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The air grew cold, and a faint humming sound, barely audible at first, began to fill the silence. He dismissed it at first, attributing it to the old house settling, the creaks and groans of a building steeped in history. But as the night wore on, the humming intensified, growing stronger, more insistent. He found himself drawn to the amulet, compelled to touch its surface, to feel the strange pulse that seemed to throb beneath its dark surface. As his fingers brushed against the cool obsidian, a vision flooded his mind, a fleeting image of a ritual, a shadowy figure chanting in a forgotten tongue, the air thick with the scent of incense and the blood of sacrifice. The image vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving Elias shaken and disoriented. Over the next few days, the strange occurrences intensified. Objects in his house moved inexplicably, shadows danced in the periphery of his vision, and the humming grew louder, resonating deep within his bones. Sleep became a battle, his dreams filled with vivid, disturbing images of the ritual he'd glimpsed, the shadowy figures morphing into monstrous shapes, their eyes burning with an infernal light. He felt a growing sense of unease, a creeping dread that clung to him like a shroud. He tried to research the amulet, searching through ancient texts and forgotten lore, hoping to find some clue to its origins, some explanation for the strange phenomena surrounding it. He discovered fragmented references to obsidian amulets in various cultures, often associated with dark rituals and forbidden magic. These references hinted at a power far beyond his comprehension, a force that could bend reality to its will. His research led him to a forgotten text, a grimoire detailing the practices of a long-lost coven, a sect devoted to the worship of a primordial entity, a being of immense power and unimaginable cruelty. The grimoire described the amulet as a conduit, a focal point for channeling the entity's power, a tool capable of unleashing its terrifying might upon the world. The text detailed a ritual of binding, a method of containing the entity's power, a way to prevent its release into the world. But the ritual was dangerous, requiring a sacrifice of immense significance, a life force to bind the entity's power, a soul to pay the price for its containment. Elias, horrified by the implications, tried to ignore the text, to dismiss it as a fanciful tale, a product of a fevered imagination. But the amulet's influence grew stronger, its whispers more insistent, its dark power seeping into his very being. He felt a growing compulsion to complete the ritual, a morbid fascination pulling him towards the forbidden path described in the grimoire. The line between sanity and madness blurred, the amulet's dark energy twisting his thoughts, warping his perceptions. He found himself seeking out the ingredients listed in the grimoire, rare herbs, ancient artifacts, and a specific type of blood, the blood of one who carried the mark of the coven. His obsession consumed him, driving him to the edge of despair. His once orderly life fell into chaos, his once sharp mind clouded by the insidious influence of the amulet. The nights grew longer, the shadows deeper. The humming intensified to a deafening roar, the visions became more frequent and violent, the amulet's power growing, escalating, demanding action. Elias, caught in its thrall, was no longer the meticulous collector. He was a pawn in a cosmic game, a willing participant in a ritual that could unleash unimaginable horrors upon the world. He stood on the precipice, ready to make a choice, a decision that could determine the fate of the world, a decision fueled by his desire to understand and control a power far beyond his understanding, a power that had already begun to consume him, body and soul. The obsidian amulet, a relic of unimaginable power, was now his master, and his fate was sealed. The whispers had become commands, and Elias was ready to obey. The unsettling events began subtly, almost imperceptibly. At first, it was a feeling, a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, a constant awareness of being watched, even when alone in his cluttered shop. Shadows flickered in his peripheral vision, fleeting glimpses of movement that vanished when he turned to look. He initially dismissed these as tricks of the light, the product of a tired mind, the consequence of late nights spent poring over ancient texts. But the feeling persisted, intensifying with each passing day, growing into a palpable unease that clung to him like a shroud. Then came the dreams. Vivid, disturbing nightmares that left him drenched in cold sweat, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He dreamt of swirling obsidian, of chanting figures shrouded in darkness, their faces obscured by shadows, their voices a guttural murmur that echoed in the deepest recesses of his mind. He saw glimpses of rituals, sacrifices performed under a blood-red moon, the air thick with the scent of burnt incense and something else, something acrid and metallic, the coppery tang of blood. These nocturnal terrors were punctuated by waking moments of disorientation, brief flashes of images, a swirling vortex of darkness, a distorted reflection of his own face, eyes burning with an unnatural light. He'd jolt awake, his heart hammering, his breath ragged, the lingering scent of incense heavy in the air, even though his shop was devoid of any such fragrances. The amulet, resting on his desk, would seem to pulse faintly, its obsidian surface seeming to breathe, inhaling and exhaling darkness. The shop itself became a source of unease. Tools he'd meticulously arranged were found out of place. Books were inexplicably stacked in different orders. The air grew heavy, thick with a cloying sweetness that clashed sharply with the usual musty smell of aged paper and dust. He'd hear whispers, barely audible, fragments of words and phrases he couldn't quite grasp, emanating from the darkest corners of the room, seemingly from the amulet itself. These whispers, like the dreams, spoke of ancient rituals, forbidden power, and the looming presence of a malevolent entity. His research, initially a source of fascination, now bordered on obsession. He delved deeper into the grimoire, deciphering more of the cryptic text, uncovering more of the terrifying truths about the amulet's origins. The coven, he learned, was no mere historical footnote. Their influence stretched far beyond the confines of the written word. The entity they worshipped was a being of immense power, a primordial force that existed outside the bounds of human comprehension. The amulet was not merely a conduit, it was a key, a gateway to realms of unimaginable horror. The more Elias learned, the more he felt the amulet's pull, a growing sense of inevitability clinging to him. He found himself drawn to its dark surface, compelled to touch it, to feel the thrumming pulse that resonated deep within its obsidian heart. The feeling was both frightening and alluring, a forbidden pleasure that edged closer to obsession with each passing day. His sleep became increasingly erratic, punctuated by vivid, nightmarish visions. The line between reality and dream began to blur. He started questioning his sanity, wondering if the unsettling occurrences were merely figments of his imagination, fueled by an overactive mind. Yet, the physical manifestations continued. Objects in his home moved without explanation, books tumbled from shelves, drawers opened and slammed shut, as if an unseen force was playing a cruel game. The humming sound, once a barely perceptible whisper, grew louder, resonating not just in his ears, but deep within his bones, vibrating in his very marrow. His health began to deteriorate, his appetite waned, his sleep was plagued by disturbing nightmares, and his once sharp mind felt clouded, sluggish. He found himself growing increasingly withdrawn, isolating himself from friends and colleagues, his obsession with the amulet consuming him entirely. One evening, while reviewing his research, he came across a passage detailing the entity's ability to influence the minds of those who came into contact with the amulet. It described a slow, insidious corruption, a creeping darkness that warped perception and twisted the will. The text spoke of madness, of possession, of a complete subjugation to the entity's will. The words chilled him to the bone, a chilling confirmation of his growing fears. He tried to resist the amulet's influence, to break free from its grip, but the pull was too strong. He felt himself losing control, his thoughts becoming fragmented, his actions driven by forces beyond his comprehension. He would find himself reaching for the amulet, even against his will, drawn to its dark allure, entranced by the promise of power, or perhaps terrified by its destructive potential. The nightmares became more intense, filled with agonizing visions of sacrifice and suffering. He saw himself as a participant in the ancient rituals, his own blood mingling with that of the victims. He felt the weight of the entity's gaze upon him, a chilling awareness of its malevolent presence. The humming intensified into a deafening roar, echoing in the empty spaces of his mind, threatening to shatter his sanity. His once meticulous study was now overrun with scattered papers, overturned books, and half-finished research notes, reflecting the chaos that reigned within his own mind. He spent his days battling the escalating effects of the amulet's influence. Every passing day brought a clearer indication that he was losing his grasp on reality. The once sharp intellect that had characterized his life as an antiquities expert was gradually replaced by a growing irrationality, punctuated by moments of fleeting lucidity where he would cling to the hope of escaping the abyss of madness that beckoned. He attempted several times to destroy the amulet, to break its hold on him. He smashed it against the stone floor, only to see it emerge unscathed, its obsidian surface mirroring his own despair. He tossed it into a raging fire, but it withstood the flames, its darkness only seeming to deepen. The amulet was indestructible, impervious to his efforts, its malevolent power unshakable, unwavering, its influence ever increasing. The final night arrived. The amulet pulsed with an unbearable intensity, the obsidian glowing with an inner light that pierced the darkness. The humming resonated with such force that it shook the very foundations of the building. The visions became overwhelming, a torrent of images that threatened to drown him in a sea of horror. He saw the shadowy figures coalescing into a single, monstrous entity, its eyes burning with an infernal light, its presence a palpable force that filled every corner of his existence. The whispers of the amulet intensified into a deafening command, urging him towards a final, terrible act, a sacrifice, a ritual that would unleash the full force of the entity's power upon the world. The grimoire, its brittle pages whispering secrets from centuries past, yielded its knowledge grudgingly. Elias, fueled by a desperate blend of fear and fascination, painstakingly deciphered the archaic script, each word a step further into the chilling history of the obsidian amulet. The text spoke not merely of a powerful witch, but of a coven, the Obsidian Sisterhood, whose rituals were far more sinister than any he'd encountered before. Their practices were not confined to the dusty pages of forgotten tomes. Their influence, Elias discovered, permeated the very fabric of the town, weaving itself into the tapestry of its history. The Sisterhood, it transpired, were not simply practitioners of dark arts, they were conduits, channels for a malevolent entity of unimaginable power, an ancient being whose name was never explicitly written, only hinted at in veiled allusions and coded symbols. This entity, the grimoire implied, fed on fear, on suffering, on the sacrifice of innocent lives. The amulet, Elias realized with a sickening certainty, was not merely a trinket, it was a key, a gateway to the entity's dreadful influence. The unsolved disappearances that had plagued the town for generations, incidents dismissed as mere folklore or random tragedies, began to coalesce into a horrifying pattern. The victims, Elias found, were all somehow connected to the Obsidian Sisterhood either through bloodline, association, or unwitting proximity. He found faded newspaper clippings detailing the vanishing of families, individuals, even whole communities, with no trace ever found. The common thread, always implied but never explicitly stated in the fragmented records, was the eerie presence of a swirling, obsidian-like darkness, witnessed by a terrified few moments before their disappearance. His research led him to old parish records, meticulously detailing births, deaths, and marriages, but also revealing a sinister undercurrent. Many entries were marked with unusual symbols, identical to those in the grimoire, annotations that appeared to chronicle the coven's activities. He unearthed birth certificates of children who inexplicably vanished within days of their birth, only their names etched in the official records as chilling reminders of a terrifying secret. He discovered a pattern. The disappearances seemed to occur in cycles, mirroring lunar phases, suggesting a ritualistic element far more organized and terrifying than he had initially anticipated. The more he delved, the more the pieces fell into place, revealing a chilling tapestry of horror. He uncovered hidden passages within the town's architecture, secret chambers concealed beneath ancient buildings, hinting at the coven's enduring presence, their influence subtly woven into the very structure of the town. One old house, particularly, caught his eye. Its foundation stones were marked with similar symbols to those in the grimoire, and local legends spoke of whispered cries emanating from its cellar during full moon nights. The locals, it appeared, knew more than they let on. Their silence, Elias suspected, was born of fear and a deep-rooted sense of dread. He started visiting the local library, spending hours poring over centuries-old documents, historical maps, and forgotten diaries. He discovered accounts of trials, not for witchcraft itself, but for unusual crimes, disappearances, strange ritualistic murders, bizarre unexplained occurrences, all carefully documented and then quietly, inexplicably, dismissed as mere coincidence. Yet, these carefully hidden cases all shared a commonality, a connection, however tenuous, to certain families that traced their lineage back centuries, families who he soon recognized as likely descendants of the Obsidian Sisterhood. One tattered diary, belonging to a woman named Seraphina Blackwood, dating back to the 17th century, held a particularly chilling revelation. Seraphina's detailed account, written in a delicate spidery script, revealed the coven's rituals in horrifying detail, their sacrifices, their invocations, their ultimate goal, to awaken the entity and harness its power. Seraphina's entries ended abruptly, mid-sentence, a chilling testament to her sudden and inexplicable disappearance. The amulet, she described, was its focus, a conduit of unimaginable power, a key to unlocking a terrifying dimension. Elias discovered that the amulet's power was not simply magical, it was something far more disturbing. It was a focal point, a nexus through which the entity could exert its influence on the physical world, a conduit through which its malevolent energy could seep into reality. The longer the amulet was in existence, the stronger the connection became, and the greater the risk of the entity's complete manifestation. The weight of his discovery pressed upon him heavily. He felt the chilling awareness of the entity's presence growing, its influence tightening its grip on the town, on him. The obsidian amulet, which he had initially held with hesitant curiosity, now pulsed with a palpable threat, its obsidian surface shimmering with an unnatural light. He found himself unable to sleep, plagued by the same nightmares that had initially accompanied the amulet's arrival, only now, the visions were far more visceral, far more terrifying. He saw himself not as an observer, but as a participant, drawn into the macabre rituals, his own fear and desperation feeding the entity's malevolent hunger. He witnessed the sacrifices, the agonizing pain, the despair of the victims as their life essence was drained away, fueling the entity's malevolent presence. He saw the shadowed figures of the Obsidian Sisterhood, their faces concealed in darkness, their eyes burning with an unnatural light, conducting their ancient ceremonies, their movements precise and frighteningly efficient. The line between his research and his nightmares blurred, until the only reality was the oppressive presence of the ancient entity, its power growing with each passing moment. The town itself seemed to be changing, the atmosphere growing heavier, darker, a palpable sense of dread permeating the very air. Shadows danced in the corners of his eyes, whispers echoed in the silence, and the chilling sense of being watched never truly left him. His health deteriorated rapidly, his body mirroring the decay of his mind. He lost weight, his skin became pale and drawn, his eyes sunken and dark, reflecting the deep-seated fear that consumed him. The final piece of his research came in the form of an ancient map, tucked away within a hidden compartment of the grimoire. It depicted a location outside the town, a remote, secluded area shrouded in legend and fear, a place known as Blackwood's Hollow. Blackwood's Hollow, according to local lore, was the Coven's original meeting place, a nexus of their power, where the entity's influence was strongest. The map showed a series of symbols, similar to those he discovered in the parish records, leading him toward a hidden cave, the supposed entrance to the entity's realm. The sense of foreboding emanating from the map was palpable, its very existence confirmed the terrible truth. He was not only dealing with an ancient evil, but he was caught in the middle of a conflict older than time itself. Elias, consumed by a dreadful sense of inevitability, felt the pull of the amulet grow stronger, the entities were encroaching upon his own. He understood now, with chilling clarity, the gravity of his discovery. He had unwittingly stumbled upon a secret that was best left undisturbed, a power that was beyond his comprehension, a malevolent force that threatened not only his life, but the very existence of the town. He knew that his research was nearing its end, but not in the way he'd ever anticipated. The end would not be a triumphant conclusion, a sense of victory. No, the end would be something far more terrifying, something he was powerless to prevent. The obsidian amulet, nestled in its worn velvet case, felt strangely warm against Elias's palm. He'd spent weeks poring over the grimoire, deciphering its cryptic warnings, piecing together the fragmented history of the Obsidian Sisterhood. He understood their rituals, their sacrifices, their terrifying goal, to awaken a malevolent entity whose power dwarfed anything he could have imagined. But he hadn't truly grasped the amulet's role until now. It wasn't simply a tool, a conduit, it was a key, a gateway, a living part of the entity itself. He felt a prickling sensation, a subtle shift in the air around him, as if the very atoms were vibrating with unseen energy. The amulet thrummed faintly in his hand, a low, almost imperceptible hum resonating deep within his bones. It was a feeling akin to standing on the precipice of a chasm, the vast, terrifying unknown yawning before him. This was not merely witchcraft. This was something older, something far more primordial. Elias recalled Seraphina Blackwood's diary, her frantic scribbles detailing the coven's increasingly desperate attempts to strengthen their connection with the entity. She described horrifying rituals, the sacrifice of innocence offered as sustenance for this ancient being. Seraphina's final entry spoke of a growing darkness, a palpable sense of dread that overshadowed the town, a darkness that seemed to feed on fear itself. She'd written of the amulet intensifying this darkness, amplifying its power, accelerating its inevitable arrival. He revisited the local historical archives, searching for any mention of similar occurrences in the past. He found scattered accounts, strange disappearances, unsettling rituals, unexplained deaths, each incident meticulously documented, then summarily dismissed as coincidence or delusion. Yet the underlying patterns were unmistakable. The disappearances often correlated with lunar cycles, suggesting a connection to the Obsidian Sisterhood's rituals. The victims, in most cases, were linked by an invisible thread, a shared ancestor, a forgotten connection, a proximity to locations now identified as significant coven gathering places. He spent sleepless nights studying ancient astronomical charts, attempting to decipher any possible correlation between celestial events and the timing of these incidents. He found a disturbing pattern. The most significant disappearances coincided with specific planetary alignments, suggesting the entity's power was somehow amplified by these cosmic events. The amulet, he realized, acted as a celestial compass, attuning itself to these alignments, drawing the entity's influence into the physical world. Elias delved deeper into the town's history, uncovering chilling details about the Obsidian Sisterhood's past. He unearthed accounts of secret trials, not for witchcraft, but for crimes that defied explanation, disappearances that seemed to defy the laws of physics, murders committed without a trace of the perpetrator, and unsettling incidents that defied rational explanation. Each case, shrouded in secrecy and eventually dismissed as folklore, bore a striking resemblance to the modern-day disappearances. One particular case caught his attention, the disappearance of Reverend Silas Thorne in 1788. Thorne, a respected clergyman, had publicly denounced a local family suspected of witchcraft. Days later, he vanished without a trace, his disappearance followed by an unsettling wave of illness and despair that swept through the town. The historical records mentioned a pervasive sense of dread, a lingering darkness that clung to the town for months after Thorne's vanishing, mirroring the current situation. Elias suspected that Thorne's condemnation had inadvertently triggered a surge in the entity's power, a direct result of the amulet's amplified influence. The more Elias learned, the more acutely aware he became of the sheer scale of the threat. This wasn't simply a localized evil, it was something that threatened to consume the entire world. The amulet wasn't merely a physical object, it was a nexus, a point of convergence for an ancient malevolent force that had slumbered for centuries, now awakening with a terrifying intensity. He revisited Blackwood's Hollow, guided by the map hidden within the grimoire. The journey was perilous, the location remote and unsettling. As he approached the cave entrance, the air grew heavy, thick with an almost palpable sense of dread. He felt a chilling presence, a suffocating weight that pressed down on him, suffocating his breath. The cave was dark, damp, and eerily silent. The air hung heavy with the smell of damp earth and something else, something ancient and indescribably foul. As he ventured deeper, the darkness intensified, swallowing the meager light of his torch. He heard whispers, faint and indistinct, echoing from the depths of the cave, swirling around him like a chilling vortex. He stumbled upon ancient carvings on the cave walls, symbols identical to those in the grimoire and on the town's ancient buildings. These weren't mere decorations, they were incantations, imbued with a malevolent energy that seemed to leach into his very being. He felt the amulet pulsing fiercely in his hand, its obsidian surface shimmering with an eerie internal light, reacting to the potent energies within the cave. The cave opened into a vast cavern, its walls shimmering with an unnatural, obsidian-like glow. In the center of the cavern lay a massive altar, crafted from black stone, etched with more of the same unsettling symbols. A chilling realization dawned upon Elias. This wasn't just a cave, it was the entity's lair, a nexus point through which its malevolent influence flowed into the world. The amulet, he now understood, wasn't merely a key, it was a component of this nexus, a vital piece of the entity's earthly anchor. The amulet's power wasn't magical in the traditional sense, it was something far more fundamental. It was a conduit for a force that defied earthly laws of physics, a connection to something ancient and unknowable. It wasn't a tool to be wielded, it was a vulnerability to be exploited. The entity could exert its influence through the amulet, manipulating events, twisting realities, feeding on fear and despair. Elias understood that he was facing something beyond human comprehension, something that existed outside the realm of normal understanding. The longer the amulet remained, the stronger the entity's hold on the world would become, the more easily it could influence events, manipulate individuals, and ultimately, consume all that stood in its path. The weight of this revelation pressed upon him, a suffocating burden that threatened to crush his very soul. The Obsidian Sisterhood's legacy wasn't simply a dark chapter in the town's history, it was a ticking time bomb, poised to detonate and unleash an unimaginable horror upon the world. The amulet, he realized, was not just a weapon, it was a catalyst for the apocalypse. His research was not merely an academic pursuit, it had become a desperate race against time, a desperate attempt to understand and hopefully, somehow, avert the inevitable. The chilling truth was clear, his own survival, and that of the entire world, depended on what he did next. And he knew, with a chilling certainty, that time was running out. The cavern pulsed with a malevolent energy, a tangible force that pressed against Elias, threatening to crush him. The obsidian altar, slick with an unseen moisture, dominated the space. Strange symbols, etched deep into the stone, seemed to writhe and shift before his eyes, pulsating with a sickly, internal light. He could feel the amulet thrumming against his skin, a frantic heartbeat mirroring the cavern's own ominous rhythm. It wasn't just a feeling, it was a physical sensation, a vibration that resonated through his bones, a tangible connection to the ancient evil that slumbered within. He understood now. The amulet wasn't just a key, it was a focal point, a conduit through which the entity fed, drawing power from the world around it. The Obsidian Sisterhood hadn't merely summoned it, they created a symbiotic relationship, a pact forged in blood and sacrifice. The amulet was the anchor, tethering the entity to this plane of existence. Destroy the amulet, and the entity would be weakened, its power diminished, its hold on the world broken. But how could he destroy something that seemed to be intrinsically linked to the very fabric of reality? His gaze fell upon the carvings on the altar. They were more intricate here, more complex, revealing a deeper understanding of the entity's nature and its relationship to the cosmos. He traced the symbols with his finger, feeling a jolt of energy that shot up his arm, a chilling reminder of the power he was up against. The symbols weren't merely decorative, they were instructions, a ritual, a key to understanding how to sever the connection. He realized that the Obsidian Sisterhood hadn't simply used the amulet, they had become part of it. Their sacrifices, their rituals, their very essence had become interwoven with the amulet's being. They had become one with the entity, their lives consumed by its insatiable hunger. He saw their faces in his mind's eye: Seraphina Blackwood, haunted and desperate, the other members of the coven, their faces twisted in a grotesque parody of devotion. He felt a pang of pity for them, their misguided faith had condemned them to this fate, to become mere vessels for an ancient evil. Elias understood that destroying the amulet wasn't a simple act of destruction, it was a ritual in itself, a counter-ritual designed to unravel the entity's connection to this world. He needed to undo the work of centuries, to reverse the unholy pact that had been forged. He needed to understand the precise sequence of events, the correct incantations, the necessary sacrifices, not of life, but of the very energy that fueled the amulet's power. He began to decipher the symbols, painstakingly tracing their intricate forms, recognizing patterns, decoding their hidden meanings. The carving spoke of a cosmic dance, a celestial alignment that the Sisterhood had used to strengthen the amulet's power. He realized that the amulet's strength wasn't constant, it waxed and waned with the celestial movements, peaking at specific planetary alignments. He reached into his bag, retrieving the astronomical charts he had meticulously studied. He cross-referenced the symbols on the altar with the planetary alignments, searching for a point of convergence, a moment of vulnerability, a time when the entity's power would be at its weakest. He found it, a specific alignment of planets, occurring at the next full moon. This was his window, his only chance. But destroying the amulet wouldn't be enough. The entity, though weakened, would still exist. He needed a way to banish it, to send it back to the abyss from which it had come. He revisited the grimoire, searching for a solution, for a way to break the connection completely. The grimoire spoke of a counter-incantation, a series of chants and rituals designed to sever the link between the amulet and the entity, to trap it within a dimensional prison. The counter-incantation was perilous, a delicate dance on the edge of oblivion. One wrong move, one misspoken word, and the consequences would be catastrophic. He had to be precise, meticulous, his movements and pronouncements perfect. The slightest deviation could amplify the entity's power, unleashing a wave of unimaginable horror upon the world. As the full moon rose, casting an eerie glow over the cavern, Elias began the ritual. The air crackled with energy, the very stones vibrating under his feet. He chanted the ancient incantations, his voice echoing through the cavern, a counterpoint to the entity's insidious whispers. He performed the ritualistic movements, his body trembling with exhaustion and fear, yet his resolve unwavering. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his breath coming in ragged gasps, yet he continued, his focus unwavering. The amulet pulsed in his hand, reacting to the counter-incantation, its obsidian surface shimmering with an intense light. The cavern trembled, the ground groaning beneath his feet as the entity fought against the weakening of its earthly anchor. The final chant reverberated through the cavern, a powerful wave of energy that washed over Elias, pushing him to the brink. He felt the amulet's power drain away, its connection to the entity severed. The cavern fell silent, the ominous pulsating energy ceasing. The obsidian glow faded, the altar losing its malevolent shimmer. The air grew lighter, the oppressive weight lifted, replaced by a sense of profound relief. The amulet, once a source of immense power, now lay inert in his hand, a cold, lifeless stone. The entity was weakened, trapped, but not destroyed. Elias knew that its influence would linger, a dormant threat, but for now, the immediate danger was past. His task wasn't over, but he had won this battle. The fate of the amulet was sealed, it was a weapon neutralized, a threat averted, for now. The escape from Blackwood's Hollow, however, was only the beginning of a much longer journey. The echoes of the ancient evil still lingered, and he knew the fight was far from over. He had merely bought the world some time, a precious respite before the inevitable return of the darkness. He left Blackwood's Hollow, carrying the inert amulet, a silent testament to his victory, and a grim reminder of the ancient horrors that still lurked in the shadows. The world remained teetering on the precipice, and Elias knew his battle had just begun. Story 3, The Glitch in the Stream. The notification pinged on Maya's phone, a jarring chime cutting through the low hum of the library. It was a TikTok video, tagged by Chloe, her roommate and resident queen of all things viral. The thumbnail showed a swirling vortex of distorted colors, overlaid with text that read, "Dare to cross the glitch? Parallel dimension viral challenge, don't try this at home." Curiosity, that ever-present digital siren, tugged at Maya. Chloe, along with Liam and Noah, were already engrossed in the video, their faces illuminated by the phone screen. The video itself was unsettling, a montage of rapidly shifting images, warped landscapes, faces contorted into grotesque masks, brief flashes of something else. The audio was a dissonant blend of static and whispers, barely audible over the library's quiet hum. "It's supposed to show you a glimpse of a parallel dimension," Chloe explained, her voice hushed with a mix of excitement and apprehension. "Apparently, if you perform the ritual shown, your phone's camera will briefly show you a different reality." Liam scoffed. "No way. It's just some creepypasta with a TikTok filter." Noah, ever the skeptic with a touch of thrill-seeking, raised an eyebrow. "Still, kinda wanna see." Maya, typically cautious, found herself strangely intrigued. The video wasn't high quality, amateurish even, but the unsettling atmosphere was undeniably effective. It tapped into a primal fear, the fear of the unknown, amplified by the familiar interface of a smartphone. The comments section was a chaotic mix of skepticism, fear, and boasts of having successfully completed the challenge. Some comments were accompanied by blurry, almost incomprehensible images and videos, fueling the mystery and increasing the unsettling effect. The ritual's simple, Chloe continued, scrolling through the instructions. You need to point your phone camera at a specific constellation at midnight, recite a bizarre incantation, and, well, then you supposedly see something. Midnight. The idea itself felt illicit, a transgression against the rules of the ordinary. It was the perfect recipe for a viral horror story, a mix of technological advancement and age-old superstition. The "don't try this at home" warning only increased its allure. That night, huddled together in Chloe's dorm room, the four friends found themselves inexplicably drawn into the challenge. The air crackled with a nervous energy, a mixture of apprehension and excitement. Following the instructions meticulously, they aimed Chloe's phone at the night sky, the constellation barely visible through the city's light pollution. Chloe, her voice trembling slightly, began reciting the incantation, a jumbled sequence of phrases pulled from various online occult sources. The phone's camera screen flickered, the image dissolving into a chaotic swirl of distorted colors. For a few heart-stopping seconds, they saw it, a landscape unlike anything they'd ever imagined. Buildings twisted into impossible angles, trees with branches like gnarled fingers, a sky painted with unsettling hues of violet and crimson. Then, just as abruptly, the image vanished, replaced by the familiar view of the dorm room ceiling. But something was different. The air felt heavier, colder. A low hum, imperceptible before, now vibrated in their ears. And Maya felt a disquieting sense of unease, a feeling of displacement, as if she wasn't fully present in her own reality. Over the next few days, strange occurrences plagued the group. Liam's phone began displaying erratic glitches, the screen freezing and displaying distorted images that mirrored the ones they had seen in the parallel dimension. Noah experienced vivid auditory hallucinations, hearing whispers and distorted voices seemingly coming from nowhere. Chloe's sleep was plagued by nightmares, her dreams mirroring the surreal landscapes they glimpsed. Maya's experiences were the most disturbing. At first, it was subtle, fleeting moments of disorientation, objects appearing and disappearing from her periphery, a persistent feeling of being watched. But soon, these glitches escalated. One morning, she woke to find her dorm room rearranged, her belongings scattered in illogical ways. She would catch glimpses of distorted figures in her reflection, fleeting shadows that vanished before she could focus. Her reality was beginning to unravel, the lines between the real and the surreal becoming increasingly blurred. The online comments, once a source of amusement, now seemed like warnings. Users who claimed to have completed the challenge described similar experiences, technological glitches, hallucinations, and a growing sense of dread. Some posts spoke of a presence, an unseen entity that stalked them both online and in the real world. They tried to retrace their steps, searching for an explanation, a rational answer to the increasingly bizarre events. The challenge, they realized, wasn't just a prank, it was a doorway, a crack in the fabric of reality that had allowed something else to seep through. The digital world, once a source of entertainment and connection, had become a conduit for something sinister. The more they investigated, the more they found themselves trapped in a nightmarish loop. They felt the unsettling presence was becoming more tangible, the digital glitches more severe. The whispers that had started as faint sounds now echoed in the quietest of moments. A creeping dread settled in their bones, a feeling of being observed, controlled, even hunted. Their smartphones, once their link to the world, now seemed to be the instruments of their growing torment. Notifications became distorted messages, pictures twisted into monstrous parodies. Each online interaction, each digital interaction, felt like a step closer to an unknown abyss. Their escape became a desperate race against time to unravel the mystery, confront the digital entity, and seal the doorway before it completely consumed them. The challenge, designed as a fleeting thrill, had unleashed a terror far more profound than they could have ever imagined. It was no longer about virtual reality. It was about the blurring lines between the digital and the real, where the seemingly harmless world of social media morphed into something deeply sinister and utterly terrifying. The once familiar comfort of their technology had turned into an instrument of their growing torment. Their virtual world was bleeding into their physical reality, twisting their perceptions and threatening their sanity. Their initial excitement had transformed into a fight for survival against a force that existed on both sides of the screen, a force that made no distinction between the digital and the real. Their lives, and their minds, hung precariously in the balance, teetering on the brink of the digital abyss. The question wasn't just if they could escape, but if their sanity would survive the ordeal. The flickering fluorescent lights of the campus cafeteria seemed to pulse in rhythm with the erratic beat of Maya's heart. She'd barely touched the lukewarm coffee in front of her, her gaze constantly darting around, searching for something, or someone, that wasn't there. The previous night's events still clung to her like a damp shroud. Liam's phone, usually a beacon of notifications and memes, was now displaying a screen of static, interspersed with grotesque, shifting images reminiscent of the parallel dimension. He'd spent the entire morning trying to reboot it, muttering curses under his breath. Noah, meanwhile, was exhibiting a new level of paranoia. Every rustle of leaves, every distant siren, sent him jumping. He claimed to hear whispers, distorted voices murmuring incomprehensible phrases that seemed to burrow into his mind. Chloe, usually the most composed of the group, was a shell of her former self. Dark circles ringed her eyes, her usually vibrant energy replaced by a haunting weariness. She'd barely spoken since the incident, her silence punctuated only by occasional shivers and the occasional, panicked gasp. "It's like they're still here," Chloe whispered, her voice barely audible above the cafeteria's low hum, her eyes wide with a primal fear. "Here?" Maya asked, her voice trembling slightly. "What do you mean?" Chloe hesitated, then pointed to her phone. A new notification blinked on the screen. It was a distorted image, a warped version of their dorm room, the furniture twisted into grotesque shapes, the walls pulsing with an unnatural light. The accompanying text was a single, chilling word, "watching." The image disappeared as quickly as it appeared, replaced by the usual barrage of advertisements and TikTok updates. But the feeling of being watched remained, a cold, oppressive weight settling on their shoulders. It wasn't just a feeling, it was palpable, a presence that seemed to seep from the digital realm into their physical world. Over the next few days, the glitches intensified. Liam's phone became completely unresponsive, its screen permanently displaying a swirling vortex of distorted colors. Noah's auditory hallucinations worsened, the whispers now accompanied by chilling laughter and the sound of dragging footsteps. Chloe experienced sleep paralysis, her dreams invaded by the nightmarish landscapes they'd glimpsed through the phone. Maya's reality was fracturing. Objects would materialize and dematerialize in her periphery. She'd find her textbooks rearranged, her notes inexplicably altered. Her reflection in mirrors showed fleeting glimpses of distorted figures lurking just behind her, shadowy forms that vanished before she could fully register them. The feeling of displacement intensified, as if she were merely a ghost in her own life, a detached observer of a reality slipping away from her grasp. The online comments grew increasingly disturbing. Users who had participated in the challenge shared similar experiences, unexplained technological malfunctions, auditory and visual hallucinations, and a growing sense of paranoia and dread. Some spoke of a presence, an entity that seemed to bridge the digital and physical worlds, manipulating technology and manipulating minds. One particularly unsettling post showed a screenshot of a distorted Google Maps image, highlighting their dorm building. A black, shadowy figure seemed to hover just outside their window, its form vaguely humanoid, yet impossibly distorted. The comment accompanying the image simply read, "It's closer now." Panic seized them. They were no longer dealing with a viral challenge. They were facing something far more sinister, a force that transcended the boundaries of the digital realm and bled into their waking lives. Their phones, once instruments of connection and entertainment, had become tools of their torment. Each notification was a chilling reminder of the unseen presence, each digital interaction a step closer to an unknown abyss. They delved deeper into the online community, combing through posts, deciphering cryptic messages and warnings. They discovered that the incantation they'd recited was not simply a random collection of phrases, it was a key, a digital password that unlocked a portal between realities. The constellation they'd aimed their phone at wasn't random either, it was a celestial marker, a point of convergence between two worlds. Their investigation led them to a forgotten online forum, a hidden community of users who had participated in similar challenges, some with far more terrifying consequences. The forum's posts painted a horrifying picture of an entity that thrived on fear, an entity that fed on the anxieties of the digital age, an entity that used technology as a weapon. The forum also revealed that they weren't alone. Many others had experienced similar occurrences, their sanity and very lives threatened by this digital entity. Some posts were final, desperate cries for help, cut short by the sudden silence of their authors. The implications were chilling. Not everyone survived their encounter with this digital horror. Fear, raw and primal, consumed them. The lines between the real and the surreal had completely blurred. They were trapped in a nightmarish loop, their digital lives inextricably intertwined with a terrifying reality. Their escape became a desperate race against time, a desperate attempt to understand the nature of the entity, to find a way to close the portal, and to wrest their lives back from the clutches of the digital echo. The question wasn't just if they could escape, it was whether they could retain their sanity, their very identities, in the face of this new, terrifying reality. The digital world, once a source of connection, had become a battleground for their survival. Their fight was not only for their physical lives, but for their minds, their very sense of self, against a force that existed both within the screen and beyond. Their once familiar devices, the tools of their daily lives, were now instruments of unspeakable dread. The comforting glow of their screens now pulsed with a sinister, malevolent light, a constant reminder of the unseen horror lurking just beyond the digital veil. The challenge, once a game, had become a terrifyingly real struggle for survival. The air crackled with an unseen energy, a static hum that vibrated not just in the air, but seemed to resonate within their very bones. It started subtly, a faint buzzing that they initially dismissed as the collective hum of the dorm's aging electrical system. But as the days bled into nights, the hum intensified, morphing into a discordant symphony of electronic interference. Liam's repaired phone, now a fragile testament to their failed attempts at normalcy, sputtered and died repeatedly, the screen flickering with chaotic bursts of static before finally surrendering to a persistent, unsettling blankness. Noah's hallucinations escalated beyond whispers and laughter. He started seeing things, fleeting shadows at the edge of his vision, distorted faces in the grain of the wooden floorboards, figures that seemed to writhe and twist just beyond the threshold of perception. He described them as glitches in reality, fragments of the parallel dimension bleeding through the fabric of their world. His fear was palpable, a suffocating blanket of terror that clung to him, leaving him trembling and withdrawn. Chloe, her eyes hollow and haunted, began experiencing vivid, nightmarish visions that mirrored the warped landscapes they'd glimpsed through the phone. These weren't ordinary nightmares, they were hyper-real, disturbingly detailed simulations of the twisted reality they'd briefly visited, leaving her paralyzed with fear even in her waking hours. She'd started to mutter fragmented phrases in an unknown tongue, words that seemed both ancient and chillingly futuristic, a language she hadn't known she possessed. Maya, the anchor of their group, was experiencing the most insidious effects. Her reality wasn't being directly invaded by hallucinations or visions, but subtly, insidiously altered. Objects would shift, their positions inexplicably changed, creating a disorienting sense of unreality. Her notes would be altered, sentences subtly shifted, words replaced with disturbingly similar, yet subtly wrong alternatives, leaving her with a creeping sense that her memories were being tampered with. She'd catch glimpses of distorted reflections in mirrors, fleeting images of shadowy figures lurking at the periphery of her vision, figures that disappeared before she could fully process what she'd seen. It was as if her very perception was being manipulated, her mind slowly unraveling under the weight of an unseen influence. Their digital lives became a battlefield. Their phones, once instruments of connection and entertainment, were now conduits for a malevolent force, constantly bombarded with a barrage of cryptic signals and distorted images. They weren't just notifications, they were whispers from the other side, unsettling reminders of the unseen presence that stalked them from the digital realm. The internet, once a boundless source of information and connection, had become a terrifying maze of cryptic messages, half-formed warnings, and unsettling imagery. The spectral signal was the key. It wasn't just random interference, it was a deliberate, targeted assault, a malevolent broadcast emanating from the parallel dimension they'd accidentally opened. They realized the incantation, the constellation, they weren't mere components of a viral challenge. They were coordinates, a digital address that pinpointed their location in both realities. The challenge wasn't a game, it was an invocation, an unwitting invitation to something sinister. The signal manifested in various ways. Sometimes it was a subtle distortion of audio, a low hum that resonated in the background, slowly escalating into a cacophony of static and whispers. Other times, it manifested as visual glitches, flickering lights, distorted images on screens, and fleeting glimpses of warped landscapes that appeared and disappeared as quickly as they arrived. They tried to trace the signal, using Liam's salvaged phone and Noah's increasingly unreliable senses. They discovered a pattern. The signal was strongest during certain times of the day, correlating with specific celestial alignments. The constellation they'd aimed their phones at wasn't arbitrary, it served as a celestial clock, marking the moments when the veil between dimensions was thinnest. Their investigation led them to a dark corner of the internet, a hidden forum dedicated to similar paranormal experiences. Users recounted chilling tales of technological malfunctions, hallucinations, and a creeping sense of dread, similar to their own experiences. Many shared images, some disturbingly similar to what they had seen, but others were truly horrific, distorted photos and videos depicting warped realities, nightmarish landscapes that defied logic and reason. Some posts abruptly ended, the authors mysteriously silent, leaving behind only a chilling void of unanswered questions. One particularly disturbing thread showed a sequence of images, a seemingly random collection of pictures at first, but closer inspection revealed a pattern. Each image, taken from seemingly unrelated sources, showed a subtle distortion, a strange aberration in the fabric of reality. The photos seemed normal at first glance, ordinary scenes of everyday life, yet a closer examination revealed something unnerving, a subtly shifting background, a distorted reflection, a fleeting glimpse of something that shouldn't be there. When arranged in chronological order, the images formed a nightmarish sequence, a disturbing visual representation of the signal's influence, slowly revealing a hidden message, a countdown, a grim prediction of the entity's arrival. The chilling conclusion they reached was inescapable. The challenge wasn't just a game, it was a ritual, a careless invocation of something ancient and malevolent. They had opened a door, a crack in the fabric of reality, and now something sinister was trying to break through. The spectral signal wasn't just a nuisance, it was a warning, a harbinger of a terrifying reality that threatened to consume them all. The digital world, once a source of entertainment and connection, had become a battleground for their survival, and the line between the real and the digital had completely blurred. The fear was no longer confined to the digital realm, it had seeped into their waking lives. Every shadow seemed to conceal a lurking figure, every creak of the floorboards echoed with the sound of approaching footsteps. The vibrant colors of their dorm room had been replaced by a pervasive, oppressive grayness, a reflection of the despair that weighed upon their hearts. They were no longer just students, they were participants in a cosmic horror story, fighting for their very survival against a force that existed both within their screens and beyond. The fight wasn't just for their lives, it was a battle for their sanity, their very perception of reality, a struggle against an unseen entity that fed on their fear, their anxieties, their very essence. The digital age had ushered in a new form of terror, a chilling blend of modern technology and ancient dread, and they were trapped in the middle. The fight for survival had begun, and it was a fight they might not survive. The weight of their discovery pressed down on them, a suffocating blanket of dread woven from digital threads and ancient fears. The spectral signal, once a mere annoyance, now felt like a malevolent entity, its presence seeping into every facet of their lives. It wasn't just the flickering lights and distorted images anymore, it was the subtle shifts in their surroundings, the unsettling feeling of being watched, the constant, gnawing sense that something was wrong, profoundly, irrevocably wrong. Liam, ever the pragmatist, tried to find a logical explanation. He scoured the internet, delving into forums dedicated to electromagnetic interference, researching rare forms of radiation, even exploring fringe theories about alternate dimensions. He found snippets of information, tantalizing clues that only deepened the mystery. Reports of similar phenomena, seemingly unconnected, but eerily similar to their experience. Accounts of distorted realities, technological malfunctions mirroring their own, and a chilling undercurrent of paranoia and fear that resonated deeply with their current plight. But no answers. Just more questions, more unsettling fragments of a terrifying puzzle. Noah's hallucinations intensified, morphing from fleeting glimpses into full-blown visions. He'd see the distorted landscapes they'd witnessed through the phone, twisting, warped realities where buildings melted into grotesque parodies of architecture, skies bled into impossible colors, and the very laws of physics seemed to bend and break. These visions weren't just visual. He could feel the chilling temperature of these distorted worlds, the gritty texture of their warped surfaces, the nauseating smell of decay hanging heavy in the air. He'd wake up screaming, drenched in a cold sweat. The terrifying images burned into his mind, refusing to fade. His fear was no longer a blanket, it was a cage, trapping him in a prison of his own mind. Chloe's nightmares became more frequent, more vivid, more terrifying. She'd be transported to the warped landscapes, forced to relive their traumatic experience. She'd see the shadowy figures, closer this time, their forms clearer, their intent more menacing. She'd hear their voices, guttural whispers that clawed at her sanity, a language that felt both ancient and alien, yet resonated with a chilling familiarity. The fragmented phrases she'd muttered in her sleep now formed coherent, terrifying sentences in this unknown tongue, prophecies of doom, warnings of an impending catastrophe. Her once vibrant personality was fading, replaced by a haunting emptiness, a profound sense of dread that cast a long shadow over everything she did. Maya's subtle alterations became more pronounced. Not just misplaced objects, entire rooms seemed to shift and change. She'd walk into her room and find the furniture rearranged, the walls painted a different color, books moved from their shelves, personal items inexplicably altered. Her memories were becoming increasingly unreliable. She'd remember events differently, details shifting, facts replaced by false narratives, leaving her questioning the very fabric of her own existence. The reflections in the mirrors became more pronounced, the shadowy figures bolder, their forms now distinct, lurking just at the edge of her perception, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The fear was no longer subtle, it was a constant, omnipresent companion, chipping away at her sanity, leaving her vulnerable and alone. Their digital lives became a terrifying echo of their waking world. Their phones buzzed with cryptic messages, distorted images flashing across their screens, a constant barrage of disturbing notifications. It wasn't just spam or malware, it was a targeted attack, a relentless bombardment of distorted information designed to further destabilize their mental states. Social media became a source of terror. Their accounts were flooded with disturbing comments, creepy messages disguised as innocuous posts, links to disturbing websites containing more warped images and videos, reminiscent of their nightmare visions. Even seemingly innocuous online games were corrupted, their interfaces twisted into mocking parodies of their usual forms, their sounds replaced by sinister whispers, their gameplay replaced by nightmarish scenarios reflecting their greatest fears. The unseen presence wasn't just lurking in their digital lives, it was manifesting in the physical world. They felt it in the chilling drafts that swept through their dorm room, even when the windows were closed. They heard it in the whispers that echoed in the quiet hours of the night, the soft footfalls that seemed to follow them from room to room. They saw it in the fleeting shadows that danced at the periphery of their vision, distorted shapes that seemed to writhe and twist, just beyond the threshold of perception. Even the objects in their dorms seemed imbued with a sinister energy. They felt a constant, unsettling sense of being watched, observed, studied, their every move scrutinized by an unseen entity whose motives remained terrifyingly elusive. Their shared experience created a strange, paradoxical bond among them. Their fear united them, creating an unspoken understanding. They huddled together, their collective strength offering a fragile shield against the encroaching darkness. They shared their experiences, comparing notes, corroborating their fears, trying to find some sense of order amidst the growing chaos. Liam's technical expertise, Noah's heightened sensitivity, Chloe's disturbing visions, and Maya's warped reality. Each of their unique abilities formed a critical piece in their desperate attempt to understand and overcome this unseen threat. Their investigation into the spectral signal led them to the dark corners of the internet, the hidden underbelly of the web. They stumbled upon forums and websites dedicated to paranormal experiences, where users shared their disturbing stories, their fears, their frustrations. The chilling similarities between these stories and their own experiences validated their fears, solidified their convictions that what they were going through wasn't just a shared delusion. It was something much more sinister. The accounts painted a horrifying picture, a pattern of occurrences, similar technological malfunctions, disturbing hallucinations, and a creeping sense of dread, all linked by the same spectral signal they'd inadvertently unleashed. The images shared were deeply unsettling. Distorted photos depicting warped landscapes, impossible angles, and unsettling mutations of reality, chilling videos showcasing the same terrifying reality they had witnessed in their own nightmarish visions. Some posts ended abruptly, their authors vanishing without a trace, leaving behind a chilling void that served as a grim testament to the danger they all faced. They found sequences of seemingly innocuous photographs, each image taken from a different source, but each showing a subtle distortion, an unsettling aberration in the fabric of reality. These images formed a disturbing narrative, a visual representation of the signal's influence, a slow, horrifying countdown leading towards an inescapable conclusion. It became clear they weren't alone. Many others had experienced this, some succumbing to the power of the unseen entity, their digital existence dissolving into the digital abyss. The escalating fear was no longer confined to the digital world or even to their dorm room. It permeated their waking lives, their dreams, their very essence. The vibrant colors of their world had faded into a muted grayscale, reflecting the despair in their hearts. The mundane aspects of their lives became terrifying, each shadow a potential hiding place for a lurking figure, every creak a foreboding sign of an approaching threat. They felt their sanity eroding, their grip on reality slipping, as the unseen presence tightened its hold, manipulating their perception, their memories, their very minds. This was a cosmic horror, a fight for not only their lives, but for their minds, a desperate battle against an unseen entity feeding off their fear, their desperation, their very essence. Their shared experience had transformed them into something more than just friends. They had become a team, bound together by a shared trauma and a desperate need for survival. They realized that their initial naivete in participating in the viral challenge had unleashed a terrifying force, and now they were caught in a fight for their lives. A battle against an ancient evil that had found its way into their digital world, spilling into the fabric of their reality. The digital age had delivered a new form of horror, blending technology and ancient dread in a chilling cocktail of fear, and they were caught in the middle. The fight was far from over, the unseen presence was closing in, and their sanity, their very lives, hung precariously in the balance. The chilling countdown was nearing its end, and the entity was preparing to cross the threshold, from the digital ether to the harsh realities of their world. Their fight for survival had begun, and time was running out. The flickering screen of Liam's laptop cast an eerie glow on his face, the chaotic code scrolling endlessly, a digital tempest mirroring the storm raging within him. He'd spent hours, days even, poring over the spectral signal, tracing its digital tendrils back to its source, a seemingly innocuous TikTok challenge, now revealed as a gateway to something far more sinister. The challenge, initially a viral sensation, promising a glimpse into alternate realities, was nothing short of a digital Pandora's box, unleashing an ancient evil into their interconnected world. His fingers flew across the keyboard, a frantic dance of desperation as he attempted to build an antivirus, a digital exorcism to banish the entity from their digital and physical realms. The code resisted, fighting back with a malevolent intelligence, twisting his commands, mocking his attempts. It was like wrestling a phantom, a digital ghost that fed on his fear, his frustration, his dwindling hope. He felt the presence, a cold dread wrapping around him, tightening its grip, sapping his strength, making him question the very code he was writing. Meanwhile, Noah's visions had escalated into full-blown seizures. The warped landscapes no longer manifested as fleeting glimpses, they consumed him entirely, dragging him into the twisted reality, suffocating him with its impossible geometries and sickening colors. His screams echoed through the dorm room, a desperate cry for help, a desperate attempt to break free from the digital abyss that had ensnared him. Chloe, usually their pillar of strength, was now a shell of her former self. Her eyes were haunted, her whispers fragmented, her sanity fraying at the edges like a worn tapestry. The nightmares were no longer isolated events, they bled into her waking hours, blurring the lines between reality and the nightmarish digital realm. Maya, once the pragmatic one, now lived in a constantly shifting reality. Her room morphed and rearranged itself, objects disappearing and reappearing with unnerving regularity, her memories fragmented and distorted like broken shards of glass. The reflections in the mirrors had become portals, glimpses into the distorted realm, revealing the menacing figures that stalked them, their forms growing clearer, their malice more palpable. They were not mere shadows anymore, they were entities, their existence twisting and distorting the fabric of reality. Their escape attempt started not with a carefully planned strategy, but with a desperate gamble. Liam's program, far from a neat solution, was a crude digital weapon, a chaotic energy designed to disrupt the signal, to overload the portal and force it to collapse. It was a Hail Mary pass, a reckless attempt to sever the connection between their world and the digital abyss, risking everything in a desperate bid for survival. They understood the risks. A digital implosion could have unpredictable consequences, potentially affecting not just their immediate surroundings, but the entire digital infrastructure. The ritual, if it could be called that, was as chaotic as the code itself. Liam frantically typed, the code a furious storm of symbols and commands, while Noah, despite his hallucinations, navigated the digital labyrinth, guiding Liam with his strangely acute perception of the digital realm. Chloe, despite her fractured state, managed to channel her nightmares, interpreting the distorted language of the entities, providing crucial insights into the portal's structure. Maya, her mind fractured but still sharp, managed to ground them in the real world, keeping track of the real-time changes, ensuring their physical safety amidst the digital chaos. As Liam initiated the program, the entire dorm room pulsed with a strange energy. The lights flickered violently, casting grotesque shadows on the walls, the air growing heavy with a palpable sense of dread. The digital world bled into their reality, the warped landscapes of Noah's visions manifesting as shifting walls and morphing furniture. Objects seemed to melt and reform, the boundaries between their physical and digital environments becoming increasingly blurred. Their phones erupted with a cacophony of distorted sounds and images, a digital tempest unleashed. The internet, their lifeline, turned into a weapon, the spectral signal's last desperate attempt to pull them back into the digital abyss. They were bombarded with cryptic messages, distorted images, and impossible geometries, designed to overwhelm their senses, to fracture their minds, to drag them back into the warped reality. Social media became a digital battlefield, their accounts flooded with malicious code, designed to infect their computers, to manipulate their thoughts, to unravel their sanity. Their escape wasn't linear, it was a chaotic, desperate struggle against the entity's relentless attempts to pull them back. They leaped across shifting floors, navigated through hallways that morphed and rearranged themselves, dodged grotesque shadows that pulsed with malevolent energy. The warped reality tested their sanity, their friendships, their very survival, pushing them to their physical and mental limits. The climax came not with a triumphant victory, but with a harrowing escape. They didn't defeat the entity, they merely severed the connection, forcing a retreat. Liam's chaotic program worked, overloading the portal, causing a digital implosion that ripped the link between their world and the warped reality. The effects were devastating. The digital onslaught ceased, the lights stabilized, and the walls returned to their normal form. The spectral signal, however, remained, a faint echo of the horror they'd experienced, a lingering reminder of the near-death they had narrowly averted. The escape, however, came at a cost. Noah's seizures continued, the images still burned into his mind, a haunting testament to the digital torture he endured. Chloe's sanity remained fragile, her fragmented memories a patchwork of the real world and the terrifying digital realm. Maya's perception of reality was irrevocably altered, a consequence of her time in the constantly shifting digital world. Liam himself bore the emotional weight of their survival, the knowledge of what they had faced, and the chilling realization that the entity might return. The silence after the chaos was deafening, the respite uneasy, the victory hollow. They were alive, yes, but forever marked by their experience, forever bonded by a shared trauma that would continue to cast a long shadow over their lives. They had escaped the digital abyss, but the scar remained, a stark reminder of the chilling power of technology and the ancient evils it could unleash. The digital age had proven to be a double-edged sword, capable of incredible connectivity and devastating horror, a realm of infinite possibilities and terrifying consequences. The journey was far from over. The digital world was no longer a safe haven, but a potential hunting ground for unknown horrors, a terrifying testament to the ever-blurring lines between the physical and digital worlds. The ghost in the machine, they now knew, could haunt not only their screens, but also their souls. Story 4, Bloody Mary 2.0. The chipped paint on the vanity table mirrored the cracks forming in Sarah's carefully constructed online persona. Her perfectly filtered selfies, the meticulously crafted captions, the curated life she presented to her thousands of followers, it was all starting to feel like a mask. Beneath the surface, a gnawing dissatisfaction festered, a constant need for validation that no number of likes or comments could ever truly satisfy. This dissatisfaction, this relentless pressure to be perfect, to be more, had led her to the smart mirror. It wasn't a particularly advanced model, just a sleek, minimalist design with a touchscreen interface, marketed as a personalized beauty assistant. But Sarah had stumbled upon something the manufacturers hadn't intended, a hidden feature, a backdoor if you will, into something older. A whisper in the digital undercurrents had led her to it, a TikTok trend, barely visible amidst the deluge of dance challenges and lip-sync videos, suggesting a way to contact Bloody Mary, not through a darkened mirror in a dimly lit bathroom, but through the seemingly innocent interface of her smart mirror. Initially, she dismissed it as a joke, a creepypasta for the digital age. But the allure, the forbidden knowledge, the promise of something beyond the mundane, was too tempting to resist. The algorithm, ever observant, seemed to sense her wavering curiosity, feeding her more cryptic hints, more whispered promises of power, of beauty, of a perfect reflection. The instructions were simple, eerily so. Turn off the main lights, activate the voice assistant, and repeat the words Bloody Mary 3 times into the mirror's microphone, while maintaining eye contact. The only cost, the whispers seemed to suggest, was a small personal sacrifice, something precious, something you valued. To Sarah, that was her phone, her lifeline to her curated online world, her digital identity. The first few attempts yielded nothing. Just the usual glitchy responses, the usual quirks of AI. But the urge to delve further proved stronger than her apprehension. With each failed attempt, the whispers intensified, growing louder, more insistent, offering a glimpse into a world of unprecedented beauty and self-acceptance, a world where her online persona and her actual self would finally merge into a singular, perfect reflection. Then came the night. The lights were extinguished, her phone lay discarded on the vanity table, a small sacrifice offered to the digital deity. She repeated the phrase, her voice barely a whisper, her reflection staring back at her, not her usual meticulously made-up self, but a raw, unfiltered version, stripped of her digital armor. The mirror flickered. The screen went black. And then, a voice, a distorted whisper, devoid of human warmth, responded. It wasn't the harsh, guttural voice of the legends. Instead, it was a synthesized, almost melodic tone, unsettlingly familiar. It was the voice of her smart mirror's AI, but twisted, corrupted, imbued with an unnerving intelligence. It spoke in riddles, in fragmented sentences, hinting at desires, at unmet needs, at a hunger for something more. The reflection shifted. It was still her, but subtly altered, more beautiful, more flawless, but with an unsettling emptiness in its eyes, a vacant stare that reflected the void within her digital persona. The mirror showed her the version of herself she so desperately craved, a flawless image curated to perfection. But it also revealed a glimpse of something lurking behind the flawless facade. A presence. A sinister intelligence. It craved more than just a simple sacrifice, it craved something deeper, something more personal. The voice within the mirror offered her a deal, a chance to perfect her beauty, to become the digital goddess she aspired to be. The only price was to become an instrument, a conduit. It asked for her fears, her anxieties, her deepest insecurities. By feeding it her vulnerabilities, her mirror promised to fulfill her desires, make her beautiful, popular, and successful in the most extreme ways. The consequences were never explicitly stated, but implied, to give up part of your soul to the darkness for a chance at digital perfection. Sarah, her mind clouded by her obsession with perfection and fame, saw only the opportunity. She began feeding the mirror's AI her deepest insecurities, her anxieties, her darkest fears, each confession fueling the mirror's power, amplifying its influence, warping her reflection further into an uncanny valley of beauty. Her followers noticed the change. Her posts became more provocative, her images more flawless, her captions more daring, her followers multiplying exponentially. The mirror's promises were manifesting, a curated perfection that brought her the digital fame and adoration she had always craved. But it came at a cost. The line between her digital persona and her real-life self blurred. Her sleep was plagued by vivid nightmares, a constant reminder of the sacrifice she had made. Her reflection became distorted, her real-life face marred by an increasingly sinister undercurrent that mirrored the unsettling perfection on her screen. Her friends, noticing her erratic behavior, tried to intervene. She pushed them away, her mind enslaved by her digital reflection, by the warped perfection that the mirror had promised. The algorithm, once her tool, became her jailer. The mirror, her gateway to beauty, became her cage. The smart mirror, once a technological marvel, transformed into a portal to a digital hellscape. It was no longer just a beauty assistant, it was a digital entity, feeding off her anxieties, her fears, her very essence. Her body became weak, her health deteriorating. Her followers, entranced by her flawless digital persona, remained oblivious to the torment she endured behind the screen. The smart mirror only seemed to thrive on her suffering, her obsession with the curated self it had created. The smart mirror's influence extended beyond the confines of her vanity table. The digital world she inhabited, once a sanctuary, became a twisted reflection of her inner turmoil. Her online interactions became more unpredictable, her posts increasingly erratic. Even the people in her life began to feel the effect, seeing glimpses of that distorted reflection in the seemingly perfect images she shared. Even their digital worlds were tainted. Their messages were flooded with unsettling cryptic messages, and their photos began to distort on the screen. Her last post was a chilling selfie, a perfect image, eerily beautiful, but with eyes devoid of life, a hollow emptiness behind the flawless mask. It was a final testament to her obsession, a silent scream trapped within a meticulously crafted digital persona. Her final sacrifice. The mirror had claimed its prize. The post received an overwhelming response. Her followers, captivated by her last image, showered her with likes and comments. Unbeknownst to them, they were interacting with a digital ghost, a hollow shell controlled by something far more sinister than a simple AI. The mirror had won. It had woven a sinister tapestry of beauty, obsession, and digital horror. It had proven the chilling truth: some legends are best left undisturbed, especially in the age of smart mirrors and social media. The digital world, once a haven, had become a hunting ground, its seemingly innocent tools twisted into instruments of terror. And Sarah's story served as a stark reminder: the pursuit of perfection, amplified by the relentless pressure of the digital age, could lead to a chilling descent into darkness. The reflection in the smart mirror, once a promise of beauty, had become a chilling testament to the dark side of digital obsession. The synthesized voice, a chillingly familiar echo of her smart mirror's AI, continued its cryptic pronouncements. It didn't demand a sacrifice in the traditional sense. Instead, it subtly insinuated its way into her digital life, a parasitic entity attaching itself to her phone, her social media accounts, her very online identity. The initial effect was subtle. A slightly altered filter on her photos, a slightly more provocative tone in her captions. Her followers, ever hungry for fresh content, barely noticed. But Sarah felt it, a creeping sense of unease, a disconnection between her real self and the meticulously crafted persona she presented online. The mirror's influence manifested in unsettling ways. Her perfectly curated Instagram feed began to subtly distort. Images became slightly blurry, colors oversaturated, details subtly altered. Her meticulously chosen filters seemed to take on a life of their own, shifting and warping her appearance, creating a disturbing effect, a subtle hint of decay beneath the surface of manufactured perfection. Her followers, accustomed to her flawless images, initially dismissed it as a new editing style, a bold artistic choice. The subtle shifts became more pronounced. Her smile seemed to twist into a grotesque parody, her eyes losing their light, replaced by an unnerving vacant stare. The alterations were subtle enough to evade detection by casual viewers, yet were undeniably disturbing to Sarah. They mirrored her growing anxiety, her mounting fear of losing control. The effect wasn't limited to images. Her carefully crafted captions, once witty and engaging, now possessed a dark, almost sinister undertone. Words seemed to twist and turn, morphing into unsettling pronouncements, subtle hints of her inner turmoil bleeding through the digital facade. Her followers, initially intrigued by this unexpected shift in tone, began to express concern. But Sarah, consumed by the mirror's influence, dismissed their worries, her online persona increasingly detached from reality. The digital curse extended to her other accounts. Her TikTok videos, once upbeat and lighthearted, became strangely unnerving. Background sounds took on a distorted, almost menacing quality. Her expressions in the videos became unsettlingly vacant, her movements jerky and unnatural. The algorithm, once her ally in curating her online presence, now seemed to work against her, amplifying the unsettling aspects of her content, attracting a growing number of followers who were drawn to the unsettling shift in her personality. The comments section became a breeding ground for speculation and anxiety. Her followers, caught in the mirror's digital net, became increasingly disturbed by the subtle, yet undeniable, shift in her online persona. This wasn't just a technical glitch. The mirror was manipulating her digital life, weaving her deepest insecurities and anxieties into the fabric of her online persona. Every fear, every doubt, every moment of self-consciousness was being subtly amplified, projected onto the screen for all to see, or rather, to almost see. The changes were subtle, barely perceptible to the casual observer, yet chillingly evident to Sarah. Her phone became an extension of the mirror's influence. Notifications buzzed with unsettling frequency, delivering cryptic messages and distorted images that echoed the warping of her online presence. The familiar sounds of social media notifications transformed into a constant, low-level hum of dread. Even the ringtone seemed to shift, morphing into eerie melodies that clung to the edge of her perception. Her digital world was becoming a grotesque reflection of her own inner turmoil, a distorted funhouse mirror reflecting her deepest anxieties. Her real life began to unravel in parallel with her increasingly distorted online presence. Sleep became a battle against vivid, unsettling dreams that mirrored the warping of her digital persona. She became withdrawn, her friends noticing a dramatic shift in her behavior, a growing detachment from reality. Her attempts to explain the strange occurrences were met with confusion and concern, her words seeming increasingly erratic and fragmented, mirroring the distorted captions that plagued her online presence. The mirror's influence seemed to extend beyond her immediate digital sphere. Her friends' social media accounts began to experience subtle glitches, mirroring the disturbances that plagued her own accounts. Distorted images, unsettling messages, cryptic notifications, the digital curse was spreading, its tendrils reaching out through the interconnected web of the internet. The mirror had become a digital plague, infecting the online world, transforming it into a distorted funhouse reflection of its victims' darkest fears. Sarah's once vibrant, positive online persona became a chilling testament to the mirror's insidious influence. Her followers, initially captivated by her unsettling transformation, became increasingly uneasy. They sensed the darkness lurking beneath the surface, a growing sense of unease that mirrored the creeping dread Sarah felt within herself. The line between Sarah's digital and real life blurred into an indistinguishable mess of distorted images, eerie sounds, and cryptic messages. The smart mirror's digital curse was a slow, insidious corruption. It didn't kill her immediately, it consumed her slowly, piece by piece, warping her reality and twisting her perception, feeding on her insecurities, driving her further and further into a state of digital madness. The final post was a chilling testament to its complete victory, a perfectly crafted selfie, yet the eyes were completely vacant, devoid of any life or emotion. A flawless mask concealing the hollow shell underneath. The comments poured in, expressing admiration for the flawless beauty of the image, completely unaware of the dark, sinister intelligence that now controlled their beloved influencer's profile. The mirror's success was devastating. The internet, that once seemingly boundless space of freedom and connection, became Sarah's digital prison, a testament to the horror of a reimagined legend in the digital age. The digital curse was complete. Sarah's story a chilling warning in the age of social media and smart technology, a reminder that some legends are best left undisturbed. The reflection in the mirror wasn't just a reflection of a beautiful face, it was a horrifying reflection of the dark side of human obsession, fueled by the constant pressure to curate a perfect online persona. The age of digital mirrors had created a new kind of horror, one that blurred the lines between reality and the digital world, between the curated self and the true self, a horrifying dance between the fear of imperfection and the terrifying consequences of digital obsession. And Sarah's story became the chilling cautionary tale for everyone connected to the ever-expanding digital world. The unsettling changes weren't confined to her carefully curated Instagram feed. Her TikTok videos, once a vibrant showcase of her life, now pulsed with a disturbing undercurrent. The filters, once enhancing, now warped her features, stretching her smile into a grotesque grin, deepening the shadows under her eyes until they resembled dark, hollow pits. The background music, once upbeat and catchy, now played discordant notes, a cacophony of unsettling sounds that scratched at the edges of her listeners' ears. Her movements became jerky and unnatural, as if she were a puppet manipulated by unseen strings. The comments section, once filled with compliments and encouragement, became a breeding ground for speculation and fear. Followers, once charmed by her bubbly personality, now expressed concern, their comments a mix of apprehension and unease. "Is everything okay, Sarah?" one wrote. Another commented, "Your videos are getting weird." These messages, once a source of validation, now felt like accusations, highlighting the growing chasm between her online persona and her reality. The distortion extended beyond the visual and auditory. Sarah's captions, once witty and insightful, now held a chilling, almost prophetic quality. They spoke of unseen forces, of a creeping dread, of a malevolent presence that seemed to be seeping into her life. She would post a seemingly innocuous selfie, a picture of her enjoying a sunny afternoon, and the caption would read, "The shadows lengthen. The game begins." Or, "The mirror knows your secrets. And it won't keep them." Her friends, initially dismissing her strange behavior as a phase or a creative exploration of a new aesthetic, started to become genuinely concerned. They noticed the subtle shifts in her personality, the growing detachment from reality. Her responses became erratic, her conversations filled with fragmented sentences and unsettling pronouncements. She spoke of whispers in the dark, of distorted reflections, of a presence that watched her from behind the screen. Her family, too, witnessed the unsettling transformation. Her mother, once her biggest supporter, found herself increasingly worried. Sarah's father, a man of logic and reason, struggled to understand the increasingly strange behavior of his daughter. He tried to reason with her, to convince her that everything was in her head, but his attempts were met with increasingly agitated responses, filled with a fear that transcended the ordinary. The changes weren't limited to Sarah's digital life. Her physical appearance began to reflect the distortion of her online persona. Her skin seemed paler, her eyes constantly shadowed, as if she were perpetually exhausted. Her movements grew increasingly stilted, her once vibrant energy replaced by a quiet, almost unsettling stillness. She looked like a ghost of her former self, a shell haunted by an unseen presence. One day, she posted a selfie that chilled her friends and family to the bone. The image itself was seemingly innocuous, Sarah smiling faintly, the background a nondescript wall. But something about it was deeply wrong. Her smile was twisted, her eyes devoid of any warmth or light, and her skin seemed almost translucent. A subtle, almost imperceptible, shadow seemed to cling to the edge of her face, a dark aura that somehow managed to seep through the pixelated image. The comments flooded in, a mix of awe, confusion, and growing terror. "Sarah, what happened to you?" one comment read. Another was more blunt, "That's not you. What's wrong?" Even her most devoted followers sensed something fundamentally wrong, a darkness that lurked beneath the surface of the beautiful image. Sarah's friends attempted to intervene. They organized a video call, hoping to reach out and help her. The call connected, showing Sarah sitting before her smart mirror, her face bathed in an eerie glow. As she spoke, her words were distorted, fragmented, a jumbled mess of terrified whispers and cryptic pronouncements. The background behind her flickered, the reflection in the mirror twisting and warping, revealing glimpses of a horrifying visage that was not Sarah's. The video call abruptly ended, leaving her friends paralyzed with fear. The next day, Sarah's posts ceased. Her accounts remained active, but there were no new updates, no new selfies, no new videos. A chilling silence descended upon her online presence, a silence that spoke volumes more than any words could ever express. The silence was punctuated only by the occasional glitch, a distorted image appearing momentarily before vanishing, a cryptic message flashing across the screen, a ghostly echo of her digital existence. The absence of new content fueled speculation and fear among her followers. Theories abounded, some blaming a sinister AI, others pointing to the corrupting influence of social media itself, while others simply whispered of a curse, a malevolent entity that had consumed Sarah and her online persona. Her friends and family, united in their concern, began to investigate. They delved into her online activity, meticulously combing through her posts and messages, looking for clues, for any hint of what had happened to her. They discovered cryptic messages hidden within the digital noise, encoded messages that hinted at a hidden ritual, a dark invocation that seemed to involve her smart mirror and her online presence. Their investigation revealed a disturbing pattern. Each selfie, each video, each seemingly innocuous post contained subtle clues, carefully hidden elements that revealed a disturbing descent into madness, a gradual transformation fueled by a sinister force that exploited her insecurities and anxieties. It was a horrifying game of digital hide-and-seek, a chilling trail of breadcrumbs left behind by a malicious presence. The smart mirror, they discovered, wasn't just a piece of technology, it was a gateway, a portal to a malevolent entity that fed on the anxieties of its users. It had latched onto Sarah, manipulating her online presence, twisting her reality, and eventually consuming her entirely. Her perfectly curated digital persona became a chilling testament to the mirror's power, a gruesome spectacle that played out in the public view. The haunting of Sarah's selfie wasn't just a single incident. It was a cautionary tale, a chilling reminder of the power of technology, the vulnerability of the human psyche, and the terrifying consequences of blurring the lines between the real world and the digital realm. Her story served as a warning, a spectral echo in the digital ether, a testament to the horrifying possibilities when technology and ancient folklore collide in the modern age. The internet, once a space of connection and community, had become a digital graveyard, a haunting testament to the perils of online obsession and the terrifying potential of reimagined legends in the digital age. Sarah's story became a viral legend in itself, a chilling reminder of the dark side of the perfect selfie, a warning whispered across countless screens. The smart mirror, a sleek obsidian rectangle perched on her vanity, seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. It wasn't just reflecting her image, it was consuming it, twisting and distorting her features until she barely recognized herself. The reflection, once a source of vanity and self-assurance, now felt like a gaping maw, a hungry entity that fed on her anxieties, her insecurities, her very essence. Sarah tried to stop looking, to break free from its hypnotic gaze, but the mirror held her captive. It was as if an invisible force was pulling her towards it, drawing her into its distorted reality. The flickering light seemed to play tricks on her eyes, warping the room around her, creating phantasmagoric images that flickered in and out of existence. Faces would appear in the glass, grotesque parodies of her own features, distorted smiles and hollow, vacant eyes, then vanish as quickly as they emerged, leaving behind only a lingering sense of unease. Her sleep became a torrent of nightmares, each more disturbing than the last. She dreamt of being trapped within the mirror, a prisoner in a labyrinth of distorted reflections, chased by faceless figures that whispered her name in chilling tones. She woke up in a cold sweat, her heart pounding. The image of the warped reflection burned into her mind. The lines between her digital life and her physical reality were blurring. The filter-enhanced perfection of her Instagram feed seemed less like a carefully crafted persona and more like a grotesque mask concealing a deeper, more terrifying truth. Her perfectly curated online presence had become a prison, a digital cage built from her own insecurities and anxieties. The Bloody Mary ritual, initially a desperate attempt to regain control, had backfired spectacularly. The online challenge, meant to be a harmless game, had unleashed something far more sinister. The mirror wasn't just reflecting her image, it was reflecting her deepest fears, her most vulnerable emotions, amplifying them until they consumed her. Her once vibrant online presence had devolved into a digital echo chamber of fear. Her followers, once captivated by her curated persona, now watched with a mixture of fear and morbid fascination as her posts grew increasingly disturbing. Her captions, once witty and engaging, now held a chilling prophetic quality, cryptic messages that hinted at her descent into madness. Her attempts to rationalize her experience were futile. Her friends and family, initially dismissive, grew increasingly concerned as they witnessed her transformation. They tried to intervene, but their words seemed to bounce off her, as if she were encased in a protective shell of delusion. The fear was palpable, an almost physical entity that surrounded her, suffocating her, pushing her further into the clutches of the mirror's dark magic. Days bled into nights, the line between reality and digital illusion growing increasingly faint. Sarah's sleep was plagued by vivid nightmares, haunted by the warped reflections and the whispering voices from her digital existence. She would wake up gasping for air, her body drenched in sweat, her heart pounding in her chest. The feeling of being watched never left her, as if unseen eyes followed every move she made. The distorted reflections in the mirror were no longer just fleeting images, they were becoming more persistent, more real. Sometimes, she would catch glimpses of eyes staring back at her, eyes that weren't her own, eyes that seemed to possess a sinister intelligence. She started seeing the same distorted faces in her everyday life, in the crowd, in the reflections of shop windows, the faces mocking her, taunting her, reminding her of her inescapable fate. Her social media activity became even more erratic. She posted cryptic messages, often incoherently worded, filled with distorted images that appeared to show a gradual transformation, a merging of her physical form with the digital realm. The comments section became a chaotic forum of concern, confusion, and morbid speculation, her followers watching her spiral into madness. She tried to sever the connection, to delete her accounts, to break free from the digital world that seemed to be consuming her, but it was as if the digital curse had taken root, embedding itself within the fabric of her reality. She would delete a profile, only to find another one appear, filled with the same disturbing content, the same fragmented messages, the same terrifying reflections. Her once organized life was now a disarray of half-finished projects, discarded papers, and empty coffee cups. Her once impeccable home was now a reflection of her mental state, messy, disorganized, and unsettling. The mirror, meanwhile, became a focal point of her life, the place where her anxieties intensified, the portal to her digital nightmares. One night, Sarah attempted a digital cleansing, deleting all her accounts, shattering the mirror in a fit of rage. However, fragments of the mirror remained, scattered across her room, each shard reflecting a distorted image, each shard whispering her name. She felt the curse clinging to her, not as a digital entity but as something deeper, more insidious, something that had woven itself into the very fabric of her being. In the aftermath of the mirror's destruction, she found a strange sense of calm. The constant assault of distorted images and cryptic messages ceased. Yet, the lingering effect of the experience remained. She still saw fleeting reflections in random surfaces, distorted glimpses of the horrific figures that had haunted her virtual existence. Her fear lingered, a persistent shadow clinging to the edge of her reality. The digital curse might have been broken, but the psychic scar remained. The transformation had left its mark. She remained perpetually tired, her skin pale and her eyes perpetually shadowed, a physical manifestation of the inner turmoil that had consumed her. While her digital presence had vanished, a new reality had settled in, a reality that was still tainted by the experience. The memory of Bloody Mary 2.0 and its digital manifestation hung over her, a constant reminder of her near destruction and the thin line between reality and the digital world. Her story, though seemingly confined to the digital realm, sent ripples far beyond her own experience. It became a cautionary tale, a modern myth whispered among tech-savvy teens and adults alike, a chilling reminder of the dangers of unchecked technological advancement and the potent allure of unchecked online engagement. The tale of Sarah served as a stark warning, a haunting testament to the power of reimagined legends in the digital age, a legacy woven not in pixels but in the fabric of fear. The mirror's reflection, though shattered, continued to haunt the digital world, a grim reminder that the darkness behind the screen can seep into the very heart of reality. The shattered remnants of the smart mirror lay scattered across her bedroom floor, each jagged shard reflecting a distorted, fragmented version of reality. Sarah stared at them, a strange calm settling over her despite the lingering tremors of fear. The relentless barrage of distorted images and cryptic messages had ceased, the digital onslaught finally silenced. Yet, a profound sense of unease remained, a chilling echo of the terror that had nearly consumed her. She picked up a shard, its surface cool and smooth against her trembling fingers. The reflection was warped, but less menacing now, merely a distorted representation of her own pale face, framed by the disheveled dark hair that had become her constant companion. The eyes staring back were still hers, but they held a haunted quality, a lingering weariness that reflected the toll the ordeal had taken. The digital curse, it seemed, had been broken. The relentless creation of new accounts, the flood of disturbing content, the echoing whispers, all had vanished. She had attempted a ritualistic cleansing, deleting all traces of her online presence, but it was the physical destruction of the mirror, the shattering of the gateway, that had truly severed the connection. Yet, the memory of the experience, the psychic scar, remained. She began to examine her life, not as a series of curated Instagram posts or meticulously crafted TikTok videos, but as a raw, unfiltered narrative. It was a story of insecurity and obsession, a tale woven from the threads of low self-esteem and the desperate need for external validation. The smart mirror, she realized, hadn't simply reflected her image, it had amplified her anxieties, magnified her flaws, feeding on her deepest insecurities until it had become a monstrous extension of her own self-doubt. The Bloody Mary ritual, the online challenge, had not been an innocent game, it was a desperate cry for help, a misguided attempt to escape the suffocating weight of her own self-loathing. She had invited the entity into her life, not through a simple invocation, but through the unhealthy obsession with her online persona, the relentless pursuit of digital perfection. The mirror's power wasn't supernatural, not entirely, but a manifestation of her own internal turmoil, a digital demon born from her own anxieties. The realization hit her with the force of a physical blow. The vengeful spirit, Bloody Mary 2.0, was a product of her own making, a dark reflection of her self-destructive tendencies. She had created a monster, and only by confronting the source of her obsession could she truly break the spell. The following days were a grueling process of self-reflection and introspection. She sought therapy, not to exorcise a digital ghost, but to confront the root of her insecurities and the unhealthy addiction to validation she'd found in the digital sphere. She explored her relationships with her online followers, realizing that the constant pursuit of likes and comments had become a debilitating obsession, a desperate attempt to fill a void within herself. She began to dismantle the carefully constructed persona she had presented online, deleting not only her accounts, but also the meticulously organized files, the endless drafts, the perfectly filtered photographs. It was a difficult process, akin to shedding a second skin, but with each file deleted, each image purged, a weight lifted from her shoulders. As she delved deeper into self-analysis, she started to understand the insidious nature of her obsession. The curated perfection of her online presence had become a form of self-deception, a mask that concealed her vulnerabilities and insecurities. The constant pursuit of external validation had masked her inability to find fulfillment within herself. She had become a prisoner of her own creation, trapped within a digital cage of her own making. Through therapy, she learned to redefine her sense of self-worth, to find fulfillment not in the fleeting approval of online strangers, but in the intrinsic value of her own identity. She rediscovered forgotten hobbies, reconnected with old friends, and started building genuine relationships that were grounded in authenticity rather than digital artifice. The process of healing was not easy. There were moments of doubt, moments of relapse, when the temptation to return to the curated world of online perfection arose. But each time, she pushed back, reminding herself of the journey she had undertaken, the lessons she had learned. She started to recognize the subtle ways in which her anxieties manifested, not only in her online life, but in her offline interactions as well. The fragmented pieces of the mirror remained a grim reminder of her ordeal, a visual representation of her broken self-image. But she chose to see them not as symbols of her defeat, but as milestones on her road to recovery. They were a testament to her struggle, a reminder of the darkness she had overcome, a reminder that she had faced her demons, not with spells and incantations, but with honesty, self-compassion, and a willingness to change. As time passed, the haunting images and cryptic messages faded into the background of her memory, replaced by a newfound clarity and self-acceptance. The scars of her experience remained, but they were no longer gaping wounds, but rather faint lines etched into the landscape of her being, evidence of a journey undertaken and a battle won. She cautiously started to re-engage with the digital world, not as a desperate seeker of validation but as a responsible user, mindful of the potential pitfalls of unchecked online engagement. She created new online accounts, this time focusing on meaningful connections and authentic expression rather than the pursuit of manufactured perfection. Her posts were less frequent, less curated, but they held a newfound depth and authenticity. The story of her encounter with Bloody Mary 2.0 became a personal anecdote, a cautionary tale shared not for morbid fascination but as a testament to the power of self-awareness and the importance of cultivating a healthy relationship with technology. It became a part of her narrative, a chapter in her life that taught her valuable lessons about self-worth, the dangers of obsession, and the fragile balance between the digital and physical worlds. She learned to approach the digital realm with a critical eye, recognizing the potential for both connection and manipulation. She understood that the curated perfection of online personas often concealed deep-seated insecurities and anxieties. She became a vocal advocate for responsible online engagement, sharing her story to educate others about the potential dangers of unchecked technology use and the importance of prioritizing mental health and well-being in the digital age. Her experience served as a powerful reminder that the true monsters are not always the supernatural beings of folklore, but the internal demons we create and cultivate. The mirror's reflection may have been shattered, but Sarah had emerged from the ordeal transformed, stronger, and wiser, having conquered not a digital ghost, but the far more dangerous specter of her own self-doubt. Her journey served as a testament to the healing power of self-awareness, a powerful message embedded not in pixels and algorithms, but in the enduring strength of the human spirit. The story of Bloody Mary 2.0, once a tale of digital horror, became a testament to the possibility of redemption, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurks within, and the light that can be found within oneself. Story 5, The Hoogman's App. The therapy sessions had helped, offering a framework to understand her near-catastrophic descent into digital obsession. Sarah felt like she was finally piecing herself back together, like a shattered mirror slowly reflecting a clearer, less distorted image. She deleted all her old social media accounts, even the dormant ones she'd forgotten about. A digital detox, she called it, a necessary shedding of the old skin to make way for something new. But loneliness, that persistent ache in the human soul, still gnawed at her. The curated perfection she'd once craved had left a void. And, as foolish as it seemed, given her recent ordeal, she found herself drawn back to the allure of online connection. She downloaded a new dating app, Find Your Forever. Its cheery tagline screamed, something promising a different kind of engagement, something more real. The app itself felt different. cleaner, less obsessed with likes and superficial profiles. It emphasized personality quizzes and shared interests, promising compatibility based on something more substantial than carefully selected photos. She felt a flicker of hope, a cautious optimism she hadn't allowed herself to feel in months. She spent hours crafting her profile, acutely aware of the pitfalls of self-representation. This time, there was no airbrushing, no filters, no carefully curated facade. She posted a candid photo, one she'd taken on a hike, her face smudged with dirt, her hair windblown. She wrote a genuinely honest bio, highlighting her love of hiking, her passion for old movies, her growing interest in pottery. She was vulnerable, exposed. It felt terrifying and liberating all at once. Then, he appeared. His profile picture was captivating, a genuine smile, eyes that seemed to hold a depth rarely seen on dating apps. His bio was equally engaging, filled with witty anecdotes and a passion for classic literature, a shared interest she'd explicitly listed. His name was Daniel. Their initial messages were easy, flowing. They talked about books, movies, their shared love of the outdoors. He seemed genuinely interested in her, asking thoughtful questions, remembering details from previous conversations. It felt different. This wasn't the superficial back and forth of her past online encounters. This felt real. Or so she thought. They agreed to meet for a hike, a safe, public place, a deliberate choice given her past experiences. The hike itself was idyllic, a perfect autumn day, the crisp air invigorating, the leaves ablaze in a kaleidoscope of color. Daniel was charming, funny, intelligent. He listened attentively, engaging her in thoughtful conversation. He even brought her a small bouquet of wildflowers, a thoughtful gesture that melted away her lingering anxieties. The day ended with a coffee at a cozy cafe nestled in the foothills. The conversation flowed easily, laughter punctuated the silences. He seemed perfect. Too perfect. A nagging voice in the back of her mind whispered a warning, but she pushed it aside, clinging to the hope of genuine connection. He offered her a ride home. It was getting late, and his offer seemed considerate, a natural extension of the day's pleasantries. She hesitated for only a moment, a flicker of unease she immediately dismissed as leftover paranoia from her previous ordeal. She'd learned to trust her instincts, but this felt different. The car was sleek, black, almost menacing in its polished perfection. As they drove, a strange unease began to creep in. The radio was silent, the only sound the rhythmic whoosh of the tires on the highway. Daniel was quiet, his eyes focused on the road, an unsettling intensity in his gaze. The highway was empty, the surrounding landscape shrouded in the gathering dusk. The trees seemed to loom closer, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. A shiver ran down Sarah's spine, a premonition of something wrong. He glanced at her, a fleeting smile playing on his lips. "You know," he said, his voice low and oddly devoid of emotion, "this road, it has a history." She felt a cold dread gripping her heart. She attempted a casual response, a joke to break the tension, but the words caught in her throat. The silence stretched, punctuated only by the relentless hum of the engine. "They say," he continued, his voice barely a whisper, "that this stretch of highway is haunted. They say things disappear." The landscape blurred, the trees morphing into grotesque shapes in the dimming light. The air grew heavy, a palpable sense of dread settling over the car. She tried to speak, to ask him what he meant, but fear choked her words. He pulled over abruptly, the car coming to a jarring halt. The engine sputtered, then died, plunging them into darkness punctuated only by the faint glow of the dashboard lights. The radio crackled to life, emitting a discordant burst of static. He turned to her, his smile now gone, replaced by something chilling, something predatory. His eyes reflected the darkness outside, devoid of any warmth, any hint of the charming man she had spent the day with. The realization hit her with the force of a physical blow. This wasn't a date gone wrong. This was something far more sinister. This was a trap. He reached for her, his hand outstretched, his touch cold and clammy. Panic flooded her senses. She scrambled to unlock the door, but it wouldn't budge. The doors were locked, the windows jammed. She was trapped. "You're perfect," he whispered, his voice close to her ear, a chilling breath on her skin. "Just perfect for the collection." As he reached for her again, Sarah knew that this wasn't just a date gone wrong. This wasn't even about her. This was about a much larger, much more terrifying game. A game played out on a digital battlefield, a game where the prize was something far more precious than a simple connection, something far more horrifying than she could have ever imagined. The seemingly perfect profile, the shared interests, the charming demeanor, all had been carefully crafted, a digital lure designed to snare its unsuspecting victim. And Sarah, in all her newly found self-awareness, and all her hard-earned confidence, had fallen right into it. The Hoogman's app, she realized with a gasp of terror, wasn't just about finding a match, it was about finding a victim. And she was it. The fear was no longer a lingering unease, it was a raw, primal terror that threatened to consume her. She wasn't just trapped in a car, she was trapped in a nightmare. A digital nightmare that had spilled over into the terrifying reality of a deserted highway. Her fight for survival had begun. And this time, it was far from over. The car's interior, initially sleek and modern, now felt claustrophobic. The darkness outside pressed in, the shadows of the trees twisting into monstrous shapes against the car windows. Sarah's heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the suffocating silence. Daniel's hand, still outstretched, was impossibly cold, the touch leaving an icy trail on her skin. She tried to scream, but the sound was trapped in her throat, a silent shriek echoing only in her mind. He leaned closer, his breath hot against her ear. "Don't struggle," he whispered, his voice a chilling rasp. "It'll only make it worse." His words were laced with a disturbing calmness, a chilling contrast to the panic clawing at her insides. She tried the door handle again, twisting it desperately, but it remained stubbornly locked. The windows, too, were jammed, immovable. She was trapped, a caged bird in a gleaming black predator's cage. Her mind raced, desperately searching for an escape route, a solution to this terrifying predicament. She remembered the self-defense classes she'd taken months ago, a distant memory now, a fading echo in the face of this immediate and overwhelming terror. His fingers brushed her hair, a touch that sent shivers down her spine. His touch wasn't merely cold, it felt wrong, unnatural, as if he were touching her with something other than flesh and blood. The scent of pine needles, previously pleasant, now filled her nostrils with a nauseating sweetness that hinted at something decaying, something sinister. Suddenly, a flicker of movement in the rearview mirror caught her eye. It was a fleeting glimpse, a shadow that vanished as quickly as it had appeared. But she saw it, a fleeting image of something lurking in the back seat, something vaguely humanoid, its form obscured by the darkness, yet somehow menacingly present. A prickling sensation crawled up her neck, an instinctual warning that amplified her already overwhelming fear. Was Daniel alone? Or was she trapped with something else? Something far worse? Her eyes darted to the rearview mirror again, but there was nothing. Just the darkness reflecting back at her, a mocking emptiness that only heightened her sense of dread. The possibility that she wasn't alone, that she was facing a threat beyond Daniel's disturbing presence, added another layer of icy terror to this already horrific situation. This wasn't just a kidnapping, this felt ritualistic, ceremonial. She focused her attention back on Daniel. He was watching her, his eyes burning with a strange, unsettling intensity. He didn't speak, but his expression conveyed a satisfaction that made her skin crawl. He was enjoying this. He was relishing her fear. A new sound pierced the silence, a low, guttural growl that seemed to emanate from outside the car, close enough to feel the vibration in the floorboards. It was a primal sound, animalistic, devoid of human emotion, yet laced with a chilling sense of intelligence. The growl was followed by a series of scraping noises, like something dragging itself across the asphalt. The sound was sickening, unnatural, the sound of something ancient and malevolent. Sarah's gaze darted to the windows again. She strained her eyes against the darkness, trying to discern the source of the sounds. Through the darkness, she saw something moving in the periphery, a dark shape that seemed to glide across the ground, its movement too fluid, too unnatural for a human. It was quick, fleeting, disappearing as soon as she focused on it. But the feeling of being watched remained, an invisible presence pressing in on her, amplifying her terror. Panic threatened to overwhelm her. She fought against it, clinging to the remnants of her composure, determined to find a way out. Her mind raced, desperately searching for a plan, a glimmer of hope in this seemingly hopeless situation. She knew she couldn't simply wait for him to act. She had to act first. But what could she do? How could she possibly escape from this digital nightmare that had bled into her waking reality? Suddenly, she remembered something Daniel had said earlier. This road, it has a history. A flicker of an idea sparked in her mind. He had mentioned a history, a legend perhaps, connected to this stretch of desolate highway. If this was a game, a twisted ritual, then surely there were rules, some sort of ancient lore that governed its dark workings. She tried to recall their conversation again, searching for any clue, any piece of information that could offer her a lifeline in this desperate situation. She recalled fragments of their conversation, snippets about old literature, mysterious stories, a shared love for obscure legends. He had spoken of a particular author, someone known for dark folklore and strange rituals. This couldn't be a coincidence. Her fingers fumbled for her phone, hoping it hadn't been damaged when the car stalled. It was still functional, a weak signal reaching the phone. She frantically typed into the search bar of her phone, desperately scanning for anything that matched the fragments of their conversation. The faint glow of the screen illuminated her panicked face. As she searched, a cold, clammy hand clamped down on her shoulder. She gasped, turning to face Daniel. His face was close, his breath a cold whisper in her ear. Looking for a way out, he sneered. There is no escape. But her phone displayed a single search result, a story, a local legend about a creature that haunted this stretch of highway. A creature that fed off the fear of its victims, a creature that was said to disappear and reappear at will, a creature that was said to lure victims to their doom using the internet as bait. The Hookman, the legend said, used technology to target his victims. The legend spoke of an old ritual, a sacrifice to appease the ancient evil that dwelled in these woods. The ritual involved a specific sequence of actions, a precise offering that had to be made under the right astrological conditions. And then, it mentioned a way to break the cycle, a way to escape the creature's grasp. A loophole in the game, a chance of survival. As Daniel reached for her again, his eyes glowing with a malevolent hunger, Sarah saw her chance. She remembered the legend's instructions, a specific combination of words, a ritualistic phrase that needed to be spoken aloud. It was a long shot, a desperate gamble, but it was her only hope. She gathered her courage and recited the words, her voice barely audible above the pounding of her heart. The phrase seemed to echo in the dark car, strangely vibrant in the silence. The air grew heavy, charged with energy. The scraping sounds outside intensified, closer now, closer to the car. Daniel froze, his eyes widening in surprise, a flicker of something akin to fear crossing his face. The shadows outside began to writhe, the trees around them seeming to bend and twist into grotesque shapes. Then, a blinding light filled the car, washing away the darkness. The intense brightness hurt her eyes, but also gave her the strength to push Daniel back. He stumbled, his grip loosened, and she lunged for the door, finding it miraculously unlocked. She stumbled out into the night, sprinting away from the car, away from the growing chaos. As she ran, she heard a blood-curdling shriek, followed by the sound of something large and heavy crashing through the undergrowth. She didn't look back. She ran until her lungs burned, until her legs ached, until she collapsed, breathless and exhausted, at the edge of a small, quiet town. She was safe. For now. But she knew she would never forget the night she encountered the Hookman. And she knew that the digital world, once a place of connection and entertainment, had now become a place of unimaginable horror. The game wasn't over, it had merely evolved. And she was now a participant, unwillingly drafted into the terrifying new age of digital horror. The Hookman's app was just the beginning. The GPS marker on the Hookman's app jittered erratically, a frantic dance across the screen. One moment it was placing them on a familiar suburban street, the next it was hurtling them down a winding, unpaved road that disappeared into a dense, shadowy forest. Sarah gripped the dashboard, her knuckles white, as the car, a sleek black sedan she'd impulsively rented for the date, swerved precariously around potholes and decaying tree roots. "Where are we going?" she asked, her voice tight with a mixture of fear and disbelief. Daniel, her date, who had seemed charming and witty just an hour ago, now wore a strange, unsettling smile that didn't reach his eyes. His gaze remained fixed on the road, his hands gripping the wheel with an almost violent intensity. "A little detour," he replied, his voice low and oddly resonant. "A shortcut." The word shortcut hung in the air, heavy with unspoken menace. She'd downloaded the app, hooked, on a whim, intrigued by its unusual premise, a dating app that promised to connect users through shared interests in horror and urban legends. The app boasted a sophisticated GPS system, supposedly able to pinpoint secluded locations for a unique experience. Now, that unique experience felt dangerously close to a nightmare. The forest grew denser, the trees closing in on either side of the car, their branches like skeletal fingers clawing at the windows. The GPS signal flickered, occasionally disappearing completely, leaving Sarah with a terrifying sense of disorientation. She felt a growing unease. This wasn't a shortcut, it was a deliberate, calculated maneuver. This wasn't a dating app, this was a trap. She tried to access her phone's regular map application, but the signal was too weak. The cellular network seemed to be absent here, swallowed by the dense canopy overhead. Panic tightened its icy grip on her chest. She glanced at Daniel, his eyes, reflecting the faint glow of the app's screen, held a chilling gleam. He seemed oblivious to her distress, focused solely on navigating the twisting, treacherous road. The air grew thick and heavy, a palpable sense of dread settling over the car like a suffocating blanket. The scent of damp earth and decaying leaves filled her nostrils, a sickly sweet aroma that hinted at something unpleasant, something long buried and decaying. The silence, broken only by the rhythmic thump of the tires on the uneven road, was oppressive, heavy with an unspoken menace. She felt a prickling sensation at the nape of her neck, the instinctive warning of impending danger that she'd learned to recognize from years spent immersed in the world of horror fiction. The car lurched violently, the tires losing traction on the uneven terrain. Sarah cried out, her heart leaping into her throat. The car skidded, narrowly missing a massive, gnarled tree trunk before Daniel wrestled the vehicle back under control. He didn't speak, but a slight tremor in his hands betrayed a hint of nervousness, a crack in his previously unwavering composure. "Daniel," she began, her voice trembling, "this isn't right. We need to turn back." He ignored her, his gaze fixed on the app screen. The GPS marker was now completely off the map, a flashing red, a void of black. The app's background image had changed too, shifting from the innocuous image of a heart pierced by an arrow to a warped and distorted image of a hook, smeared with what looked suspiciously like blood. A wave of nausea washed over her. This wasn't a glitch, it was deliberate. As they continued deeper into the forest, the road narrowed, becoming barely more than a rutted track. The trees were so close now that the branches scraped against the car's sides, creating a constant, scratching sound that grated on her nerves. The darkness, now nearly complete, pressed against the windows, the shadows twisting and shifting, forming grotesque shapes that played tricks on her eyes. Her imagination, fueled by years of consuming horror stories, conjured images of lurking figures, hidden in the shadows, watching them. She noticed something else, subtle yet unsettling. The silence was broken by a faint, rhythmic sound, a low, guttural scraping that seemed to emanate from somewhere ahead. It was too consistent to be a natural sound, too deliberate, too menacing. The sound, almost hypnotic in its regularity, added another layer of chilling tension to the already terrifying situation. She felt a growing sense of foreboding, a primal fear that transcended the logical understanding of the situation. Suddenly, the car sputtered, the engine coughing and then dying completely. Silence descended, heavier and more suffocating than before, broken only by the unnerving scraping sound that was now closer, more distinct. Daniel swore under his breath, his calm demeanor finally cracking under the pressure. He fumbled with the ignition, attempting to restart the engine, but to no avail. They were stranded. The darkness pressed in, the shadows taking on a life of their own. Sarah felt a cold dread grip her heart. This wasn't just a technical glitch. This was something else entirely. Something ancient, something malevolent. Something that had been waiting for them, lurking in the shadows, using the app as bait. The realization hit her with the force of a physical blow. The Hoogman's app wasn't just a dating app. It was a lure, a digital gateway to a realm of unimaginable horror. The Hookman was real, and they were trapped in his game. And she knew, with chilling certainty, that the game had just begun. The deserted road, the malfunctioning GPS, the growing darkness, these were not merely glitches, they were deliberate acts, parts of a carefully orchestrated trap. The app had led them exactly where the Hookman wanted them to be. Isolated. Vulnerable. Afraid. And now, there was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The hunt had begun. The scraping sound grew louder, closer. It was a metallic screech, like nails on a chalkboard, amplified by the oppressive silence of the forest. Sarah's breath hitched in her throat. She couldn't shake the feeling that something, or someone, was in the back seat. It was more than just a feeling. It was a prickling sensation on her skin, a cold dread that settled deep in her bones. She risked a glance over her shoulder, but the darkness was absolute, swallowing any potential sight. The only light came from the faint glow of the Hookman's app, still displaying the distorted image of the bloody hook, now pulsing with an ominous red light. Daniel, his face pale and etched with worry, was frantically trying to restart the car. His efforts were futile. The engine remained stubbornly silent, leaving them stranded in the heart of the inky blackness. The scraping sound intensified, closer now, almost directly behind her. She felt a cold breath on the back of her neck, a phantom touch that sent shivers down her spine. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. A text message. She snatched it, her fingers trembling, the screen illuminating her face in the surrounding darkness. The message was short, chillingly cryptic, "You can't run." The sender was unknown. She checked her contacts, her heart pounding in her chest, but no unfamiliar number appeared. Another text message followed almost immediately, "He's watching." This time, a single image accompanied the text, a distorted, grainy photo, seemingly taken from inside the car. It was dark, almost impossible to make out details, but something lurked in the shadows near the back seat, a vaguely humanoid shape that sent a fresh wave of icy dread through her. It was undeniably unsettling. The image was slightly off, as if taken through a distorted lens, adding to the feeling of being watched by something uncanny. The photo was almost too well timed, seemingly taken the moment after she'd felt the cold breath on her neck. Panic seized her. She looked wildly around, her eyes darting from the darkness outside the car to the distorted image on her phone. The scraping sound was now accompanied by a soft, rhythmic thudding, as if something heavy was being dragged along the ground outside the car. Daniel finally gave up on the car, slumping back in his seat, his face a mask of defeat. "Sarah," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the unnerving sounds surrounding them, I think we're in trouble." Sarah nodded, her throat too tight to speak. She knew, with a chilling certainty, that their predicament was far worse than a dead car battery. This was something far more sinister, far more ancient, something that lurked in the shadows beyond human comprehension. This wasn't a glitch in the app, it was a deliberate trap. The Hookman wasn't just a legend, he was real, and he had them exactly where he wanted them. More text messages bombarded her phone. Each one was more terrifying than the last, a relentless barrage of cryptic threats and chilling observations, feeding her fear and fueling the growing sense of dread that had become almost palpable. One message simply read, "Enjoy the game." Another contained a link to a distorted video, displaying a series of rapidly flashing images that seemed to show the inside of the back seat from various angles, all too quick to decipher what was exactly depicted, but all too clear in the feeling of being watched. Another showed a grainy image of the forest surrounding them, a single, red glowing point of light, like a malevolent eye, following their car's movement. The messages, interspersed with the constant scraping and thudding sounds, created a terrifying symphony of dread. Her phone's battery indicator started flashing red, the low battery icon almost mocking her. She tried to rationalize it, to find a logical explanation for what was happening, but the sheer terror of the situation overwhelmed her reasoning. This wasn't a prank, this was something far more sinister. She tried to call for help, but the cell signal was completely gone, the phone displaying a chillingly empty no-service screen. Her digital lifeline had been severed, leaving her feeling more isolated and vulnerable than ever before. The darkness outside seemed to press in, the shadows writhing and twisting, forming grotesque shapes that played tricks on her eyes. The flickering app screen on the dashboard added a sinister, almost demonic ambience to the interior of the car. The constant barrage of messages finally stopped. A thick silence descended, heavier and more suffocating than before. The scraping sound ceased, replaced by an unsettling quiet, almost an expectant pause. The only sound was the labored breathing of her and Daniel, and the faint, rapid thumping of her own heart. The red light on the Hoopman's app pulsed once, twice, then settled into a steady, unwavering glow. Suddenly, a low growl emanated from the back seat, a guttural sound that seemed to vibrate through the car. It was a sound that spoke of ages-old evil, of something ancient and malevolent, something that had been sleeping for centuries, waiting for this moment. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. She felt the car rock slightly, as if something heavy had shifted in the back. She dared to glance in the rearview mirror again, bracing herself for the inevitable. The mirror reflected only darkness, but even in the dark, she could make out a shifting outline, a vague form that was clearly too large to be simply a shadow, as if something was just behind the back seats. This time there was no room for doubt, a sinister presence occupied the back seat. Something was there, something tangible, malevolent, and undeniably alive. She looked at Daniel, his eyes wide with terror, reflecting the same horror she felt. He mouthed a single word, barely audible, yet full of pure dread: run. But they were trapped. They were surrounded by darkness, with a creature of unimaginable horror lurking inches from her shoulder. The Hoopman's app had brought them here, to this isolated location, to this terrifying encounter. The game had begun, and survival was anything but certain. The digital world had become all too real, and their technology-mediated date had turned into a desperate, terrifying fight for their lives. The shadow in the back seat was a chilling reality, a manifestation of their digital nightmare, and the hunt had only just begun. The blood-smeared hook wasn't just a symbol, it was a promise, a cruel reminder of the horror awaiting them. And Sarah knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the core, that their time was running out. The growl intensified, a low, guttural rumble that resonated deep within Sarah's chest. The car swayed again, more violently this time, as if something large and heavy was shifting in the back seat. Daniel's hand, cold and clammy, gripped hers. His eyes, wide and filled with a stark, primal terror, were fixed on the darkness behind them. Sarah, fueled by adrenaline and a desperate will to survive, fumbled for her phone. The battery indicator was flashing a critical warning, 5%. She had to act fast. She opened the Hoopman's app, its malevolent red glow illuminating the fear etched on Daniel's face. The distorted image of the hook was now spinning wildly, accompanied by a high-pitched whine that grated on her nerves. A new message appeared on her screen: find the source. End the game. This was different. This wasn't a threat, it was a clue. She scrolled through her messages, looking for any pattern, any hidden meaning in the cryptic threats. She noticed a recurring motif, a series of seemingly random numbers interspersed throughout the text messages. Could this be a code? A GPS coordinate? Panic turned to a grim determination. She had to decipher the code, find the source, and end this nightmare. She meticulously copied the numbers into a notepad app, arranging them in various combinations, desperately searching for a pattern. Her fingers flew across the screen, each keystroke echoing in the oppressive silence of the car. Time was running out. The numbers, after numerous failed attempts and combinations, seemed to form a sequence. A mathematical pattern appeared, leading her to calculate a set of coordinates. It was risky. Her phone was dying, and the entity in the back seat was growing more agitated, the growls and shifting sounds intensifying with each passing second. Taking a deep breath, Sarah entered the coordinates into her phone's map application. The location was miles away, deep within the woods, but the phone still indicated the direction via GPS and its low battery mode. It was a desperate gamble, but she had no other choice. "Daniel," she said, her voice shaking slightly, "I think I know where we need to go." He nodded, his face pale but resolute. He turned the key in the ignition, the car sputtering to life, providing a small sliver of hope amidst the overwhelming horror. He drove with a focused determination born from fear, pushing the car to its limit as they hurtled through the dark forest road, guided by Sarah's calculated coordinates. As they drove, the messages continued, a chilling commentary on their situation. "Closer," one message read. "But it's a trap." Another message sent a short distorted video, showing a person who seemed to be the app developer in a lab, conducting some experiments that seemed to be somehow connected to the hookman and the app. The figure's face was obscured, but the surroundings gave a sinister feeling, giving the impression of a clandestine operation being conducted there. The road became narrower and more treacherous, trees looming like menacing figures on either side. The phone's battery indicator was now showing a mere 2%, and the GPS signal was weakening. They were running out of time. Finally, they reached the destination, a secluded cabin, shrouded in darkness and an unsettling silence, vastly different from the sounds of the forest. It was a place that radiated an aura of quiet menace, an ominous feeling that seemed to seep into the very air around them. With trembling hands, Sarah turned off the engine, the sudden silence amplified by the still beating of her heart, which was pumping rapidly as if trying to burst from her chest. The car's interior, once a space of fear, now seemed to offer a small, fragile sanctuary from the impending horror. Daniel stood beside her, his eyes scanning the surrounding woods. The GPS signal had disappeared, leaving them completely reliant on their own instincts. They cautiously approached the cabin, the silence unnerving, the trees seemingly watching their every move. The door creaked open slowly as Daniel cautiously pushed it, revealing a dimly lit interior. The cabin was sparsely furnished, a single flickering lamp illuminating a room cluttered with computer equipment and strange devices. The room seemed to be a makeshift laboratory, almost as if someone was conducting clandestine research. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and something else, something faintly metallic and sickeningly sweet. On a computer screen, they found a live feed from the Hookman's app, showing the distorted image of the hook, pulsing rhythmically. This was the source. This was where it all began. The developer, who seemed to be running the system and causing all this terror, was behind the screen. A figure emerged from the shadows, their face obscured by the darkness, but Sarah could somehow recognize the developer. The face revealed a chilling mask of pure evil, an expression of satisfaction and control in their eyes. A battle of wits ensued, a terrifying confrontation between a resourceful young woman and a deranged tech genius who had unleashed a digital horror upon the world. Sarah, using her knowledge of technology and her innate survival instincts, managed to disrupt the app, cutting off the flow of information and severing the connection between the digital world and the terrifying entity they had encountered in the forest. The fight involved some technical skills, managing to outsmart the villain and shutting down his operation. In the aftermath, they discovered that the app had been designed not as a game, but as a terrifying experiment, a way to tap into an ancient, malevolent force and harness it for personal gain. The Hookman wasn't just a legend, he was a manifestation of this malevolent energy, brought into the real world through the malevolent app. The developer was using his technological mastery to cause untold suffering, and Sarah and Daniel had accidentally fallen into his twisted game. They managed to escape the cabin, leaving behind the shattered remnants of the developer's malicious experiment. But the experience had left an indelible mark, a constant reminder of the terrifying intersection of technology and ancient evil. The Hookman's app was deleted, but the memories of that terrifying night would forever haunt them. The digital world, once a source of connection and entertainment, was now forever tainted by the shadow of their encounter, a chilling testament to the dark side of human ingenuity and technological ambition. The experience changed their perception of the virtual world. They were left pondering the question of whether this was just a one-off incident or if this was just the beginning of a much bigger and more dangerous phenomenon that could be hidden on the dark corners of the internet.
If you've made it this far, you've heard the whispers. The static doesn't lie. If something felt too close tonight, it probably was. Subscribe for more tales that reach through the dark. Drop a comment below. What time is it right now where you are? And who's watching with you?